Good morning, everybody. How we doing, guys? Yo. I know, the spy's kicking ass. No black shirt. Same like laundry day. I own shirts that aren't black. You see the Coke stock split? No. Did Spy call OI change to support a move past 380? Yesterday there was a fairly decent amount of OI that came in above 380. Congrats on this 20k subs. Thanks, man. How long realistically do you see yourself doing this? The stream, the discords, the member tiers. Uh Now you've made it sound like a lot of stuff. Fuck. I don't know. We'll see. I'll let you know when I'm gonna stop. Thanks, Purple. Forever, who's a YouTuber now? Not yet. Now a good time to enter clock calls. Thinking September 175s. Probably not terrible. Moved up nicely this morning. 171. I'd still kind of like to see it break 172 before I got too overconfident. Straight into calls or more patience? I might fuck around a little bit. We'll see. What's your current plan for entering the rest of your OPEX position? I'll see where we end up today. If we find some stability, I'll start buying some slightly nearer the money calls. Today, Aston Martin plus 25% after Saudi Arabian fund investing 600 million. Huh. Well, don't chase. Higher retail sales equals more inflation? No. Why is this a good thing? It's really not necessarily. But the market isn't always rational about its decisions, right? It's just economic data that finally beat after weeks of misses. It's also due to the offloading of fucking bloated inventories at discounted prices, but sometimes you just don't want to feel bad for a day, right? You want to feel pretty. And today, the market wants to feel pretty. Watch for some arbitrage here. I'd be careful with opening bell. Ding ding, by the way. There was quite a bit of arbitrage in the morning, so we may see a little bit of a short. Did I miss a Ko-Fi? Sorry. Coffee time and ignore that other guy. When is the VWAP Pontiff subscription tier open? Not anytime soon on YouTube, at least. It's already open on the Ko-Fi Bithead. Please call my friend sitting next to me a shill. Carl's friend, you're a big shill. Hey, Gert, good morning. Say, did you get stopped out of your calls? No. I closed my puts at market close last night. Like 3:58 or something. But I still have my calls. $290. Yes, I know when they expire. Fuck. Good morning to you all. Happy Friday. I hope you have a wonderful weekend. May your candles be green or red or anything you want. Thank you so much, Atwill Enjoyment. I appreciate that. Don't talk about my ding ding like that. Finally changed t-shirt color, bullish. I have worn several color t-shirts before. Have I just been wearing a lot of black ones lately? Didn't I wear a blue one yesterday? Maybe not. No, Squire. Thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you out of the country club after the stream. You buying into more calls today? Maybe.
Yeah.
Not while it's volatile like this, though.
In a chance cause we ain't no cold. Get the cash in advance cause we hold it afloat. If you are what you eat that makes gherkin to go back. Hoping that you read the DD cause when the shit squeeze we go end up with the moon man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon wind. Praise be to RC and the VY please cause I need G and me to move soon man. Got the band GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. And we might be apes but we ain't that joke. Motherfucker trades this is popcorn code. When the Citadel fails I'ma buy my own boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no cold.
DPBY battle for 180. How's it doing this morning? Doing okay. I'm feeling a little better today because there's some OI opening up further out in the chain. Not a lot, but some. So we're starting to get a little bit of support moving into next week and stuff. Some August calls opened. Some leaps, some July 22nd, a lot of July 22nds, but Holy shit, I'm gonna have to pretend for a bit longer. Press the damn MOASS button and I'll do it. Let's fill this gap and see what happens. Big ups today, boys. We'll see. Not looking particularly good right now. But there was a lot of positive arbitrage, so a little bit of a short. We'll see how long it lasts for. Looks like it's about resolved now. Yeah. If the weekly calls stay in, then we can bounce. Otherwise, oh, sorry. Dump after consumer sentiment at 10? I'd be cautious of it, yeah. Borrow rate up. Was it this morning? A little bit. IBKR at 38.77 now. What calls are you targeting for OPEX? Right now, everything I have is pretty far out of the money. Just my super check. Yesterday, DD, the setup is similar to June OPEX, and one of the reasons I've delayed buying my OPEX long position. When will you buy for July OPEX? I said I'm gonna probably. I have some calls already. I'll probably buy more today if we can find some stability, and I continue to see calls come in for like July 22nd. Continue to see calls coming in for August. I'm looking for support long term in the options chain, and a little less of this like weekly rug pull scenario before I buy anything like at, you know, 0.4, 0.3, 0.2 delta. So right now I've been staying away from delta sensitive positions. I've only been buying January 950s and October 390s. So I might pick up some 200s if we find some stability, and then move closer to the money as we move into the end of the day or Monday. Wasn't Google supposed to split today? I think so. After market close on July 15th. Yeah. Please address my super chat question. Okay, I got that. Dump after consumer sentiment. I have a small amount of extra capital to deploy for OPEX, and I'm weighing my options between an additional GME call or BBBY exposure. Do you think BBBY has a chance to run? I'd have less confidence in it running than GameStop. I mean, they're actively trying to suppress the price of BBBY below like $10, right? So, and really below 7 at this point. GameStop, just doesn't have that issue to the upside. Also, split. So I'd say of the two, I have way more confidence in GameStop moving up. I still think there's a probability that BBBY is a much longer play. Unless Cohen buys in more tonight. How's CAT looking? I thought it would rise with the market, especially with the dividend coming up. It's up quite a bit, isn't it? It dropped a little. Is the Dow down? Yeah. So the Dow fell off a little bit this morning, but still up overall. CAT's still up too from close yesterday. 172 is a pretty hard resistance, so it may take a couple tests. CAT can take quite a while to climb, so if you're looking to play it, make sure that you're buying large amounts of theta, because it could take several weeks, at least a couple, to climb up. It's not going to just rocket into its dividend necessarily. Oh, it's being a little bitch. People selling. Arbitrage looking like? Arbitrage is like resolved. Even a little negative now. Huh. One thing I can't get is the FTDs can also be cleared through the options chain. Temporarily, yeah. Till they pop back up 35 days later. Yep. I don't like that. Still holding. I'm seeing calls sell off. Many retail believe shares need to be bought Monday to get the split. Do you worry that at some point next week liquidity will be dry pre-split and shorts will use this opportunity? Thursday has high potential for this to occur. Why would liquidity be dry pre-split? Liquidity is already dry. Like, you just think people won't be buying after Monday? I mean, that's false. It's any share you buy before the effective split will split. This is drilling. Uh, yep. Hold on. I'm trying to see if 135s are going to sell out or not. I mean, so are they. Would you be holding your 950 calls at least through next week, or would you consider selling them back to buy in the next morning? There's no reason to sell them to buy back in. Get some active fund pressure here. They're not going to really change in value much with the price. Like, the only thing they're really sensitive to is changes in IV. Would that OI coming in on the chain have any effect on today's price action? Absolutely. Head and shoulders on the SPY. A little bit. But it's already broken down. We're going to see if it recovers here. If it does, that'll be good for us. I haven't seen the chat this funny in a long time. Relax, chills. One thing I can't get is the FTDs can be cleared. Okay, we already went over that. 6.8% for Bobby. 6.8% what? The dividend doesn't matter. It's just to facilitate the split. Yeah, pretty much. Now that we're headed down, it's a good time to buy shares for GME. How long do you reckon? How low do you reckon we'll hit? Not best case. I'd wait. I don't think we've bottomed out here yet. Oh, cost to borrow rate. It's good that it's increasing. BBOL says 1.2 million shares available. Although at that price though, which is a lot. Yeah, it is. See if we can see some options flow here. Burning sentiment. Shit. Lots of July 22nd 115s and 140s, 150s and 140s selling off. That's not good. Those aren't even weeklies. Yeah, fuck this. Jesus Christ. July 150, 140, 140 Ps. Calls are selling off. Glad I didn't hold SPY puts overnight, but definitely a buyer today at open up 1%. Yeah. We've got, I think we have more economic news coming in like 7 minutes too. What do we have coming? The commercial. Michigan consumer sentiment preliminary for July in 7 minutes. What supports are we looking at? 132. Like right here. I don't think this 134 one's gonna hold. I already see more calls selling off. Jesus. $155 is coming in. 140C sold off. 146. 150. People are still buying calls in like the high 130s. So if a bunch of calls sell off and don't reposition, even with the June deferment, we might be looking at another NOPEX. I mean, if the market maker dumps their currently very positive hedge, we can move down really hard, yeah. This is why I've been waiting so long, because I still don't trust, like, I don't trust retail to prop up the chain. And institutional interest may not come in until next week, right? Because they know that they can buy the day before, 2 days before. Haven't we been looking for downside all week? Yeah. The shorts just buy calls to dump them and cause panic. I mean, they buy them to hedge too and dump them to cause panic. Fridge blew up and I'm only tuning in now. How are we doing today so far with GME? Well, arbitrage resolved, and we're going to see if we bounce here or not. We're not moving down quite as hard as the SPY, so that's good. We're seeing a little bit of call buying. in the like high 130s, but we're seeing all of this, like the 140 and up, being dumped. This is good. Volume's increasing a little bit. That's nice. Uh, XRT. Who the fuck is XRT? Three more minutes. Shift surge down for anyone else? I have no idea. I'm not using it. Was the Bobby meeting a nothing burger? It was terrible. What would you say is a better grab? August 150 or September 180? Is having the extra theta worth it despite it being more out of the money? I mean, it can be. DNGM. Oh, no, they were calculated. They're in the daily DD. 1 second. I'll add them to the stream. What the fuck is the... There we go. Shift search shows 500 October 21 120 puts, 1.3 million notional. They're listed as sold. Is that true? It could be. One more minute. Michigan consumer sentiment better? Hold on, I'm trying to get the info. Why is the Fred website down? There we go. Man, that's not giving me fucking July. Is this ETF active fund pressure up? Yeah. Why is the SPY ripping? I assume because the Michigan consumer sentiment that just dropped was good, but I'm not seeing it anywhere. Oh, nope. There we go. Previous consensus forecast. It's still not showing as released. Oh, here we go. Last previous 510. Inflation expectations are down. Huh. September 16, 150 calls are twice as expensive as 180 calls. What mean? It means that the market maker's pricing a move to 150 much higher. Who cares about what Michigan consumers think? Bar rate on BBY is 6.14. Jimmy's at 38.78. Yep. Oh, you're just stating it. Thank you. I patiently waited until today to buy a call on the dip. I'll keep adding throughout the day. I'm growing. Congratulations, bipolar bears. Second half June FTD data come out today. Second half of June yes, the new FTD report should be released today. Did you already go over your tweet last night on the Splividend? I didn't think there was anything to go over. It's a pretty self-explanatory tweet. What part of it did you not understand? It means cars boosted in Detroit up by 20%. A scale of 1 to 10, how well are things going for Jimmy for this Jimmy cycle? Not particularly well yet. There's also like a huge faction of people that think they can sell their shares between the 18th and the 22nd and still receive a dividend, which is worrisome. Like very, very concerning. Yeah, I see that the inflation expectations fell. Is this a bull flag? No, not yet. What's your Twitter handle? The link's below in the description, Sundar. Who? Lots of people. If those idiots have enough numbers, they could tank the price and own 0 shares. Yeah. They think they can, like, game the system somehow. Like, they can sell their share at full price and still get 3 shares back. Yeah, Houston Wade had mentioned it on his stream, I believe, also. When's the cutoff to buy shares to get the dividend? If you buy shares above... If you buy shares before the effective date, you'll get the split. It's as simple as that. So, before the effective date, before the market opens with GameStop priced in at the post-split price, any shares bought before then will split. You'll receive the dividend. Because it's still a stock split, right? Otherwise the stock just wouldn't trade anything for 3 fucking days. That's not how it works. So the people that are like, oh, you can't buy after the X dividend date, they're wrong. The people who think they can sell and still receive the dividend, they're wrong. The amount of confusion Divide by 4 has created does not surprise me in the slightest. What's the date of record for then? It's just for the company's own internal books. It's their date of record. The due bill redemption date is until the 25th, and brokers can provide shares even after that. GME doing a bit of not giving a fuck. I like that. Is this gonna find some fucking support or what? Now it's like a bear flag, by the way. It's gonna be hilarious when the shares on record exceed the current float. Okay. There's no one cares about the float size. Most people don't even know what it is. Only the company really does. Like, none of the exchanges give a shit. No one else cares. Got stopped out for cat on a few dollars profit. Did I miss the god tier entry? Maybe. A bull flag. Sorry. Yes, bull flag. September 16, 120s. Would it be better to sell before or hold through a split? So you're in the money? Post split, there could be, you know, quite some downside. I'd be cautious of that. Spy's breaking out. That's nice. Hedge has got to be reduced now. I see why you hate Twitter. Reading comments on your post. Dude, Twitter is a fucking cesspool. Like, the stupidest fucking comments I've ever seen. Some dude DM'd me and he's like, I spent $750 on 4 streamers. Oh, he was like, inverse Gherk is the strategy. I spent $750 on 4 streamers, and you're the only one I lost on. Right? For those of you that don't understand that, that means he inversed 4 streamers and all the other ones hit except for me. You know it's Koala Hugger. It probably is. I mean, Twitter commenters are stupider than us. Yes. First of all, imagine the people that turn to Twitter to get investment information. I thought we were all in this to lose money, you know, for the thrill of it. Am I wrong? Nah. Now I know that you're personally attacking me. Hang Sen tanked last night. Not surprised about Baba. Yeah, it got hit pretty hard. Treasury yields have been inverted for days. 3 months, almost 2.5%. Wow. Shit breakout. I feel like GME's positive hedge is dead. Looks like garbage. Is there plans to boof all the volume and hope we get bored? Yeah, it would appear that way. What's your time frame on knowing whether or not Bobby is a play? If RC doesn't buy more by next week, I'm probably gonna sell. Well, I'm definitely gonna sell off my August position, but I'm probably gonna ditch any out of the money leaps, and I'll hold my shares, but I'll start selling covered calls on them. No, I'm not the owner of Twitter Pickle Finance. I don't even know who the fuck that is. I think that was like one of the AMC people after I started my channel. No more shorting until T+2 next Wednesday morning. So more shorting until T+2 next Wednesday morning. Possible, yeah. I don't know if we're gonna get shorted or just nothing's gonna happen, right? If people sell out of their weeklies today, the price is gonna drop. If they buy more, it's gonna go up. Can't predict retail. BBY CEO said to expect a company update before the end of August. Yeah, I know. And then if that's not good, I'll ditch everything there. So I hold my shares, I'll hold my nearer the money calls, but I'm not just gonna eat theta like the out of the money position while I wait for them to fucking do something. Nice, Daniel Supreme. Are you still bullish on OPEX? Have I been super bullish on OPEX? Have I been bullish? If I have, I'm sorry. I don't remember being super bullish at any point. I'm gonna get exposure to it. No, you have not been bullish. Yeah. I'm gonna buy back in next week for OPEX. Don't you remember you went full bull? Yeah. And then I bought a bunch of puts. Up and down. You mean I played this song because someone asked me to? I fucking love how everyone's like investment strategies invest based on how Gherk feels. When VIX is dropping, does that mean that the market is going up? Yes. Is there a chance we could wake up Monday morning priced out of calls? Sure. That could happen any day. You've been cautiously optimistic. That's a nice way of putting it. I'm still optimistic. I don't like that everyone thinks they can sell their fucking shares. I've had at least 6 or 7 people now DM me on Reddit asking if they could sell before the date. Then Houston was saying that he was going to sell before the date and try to get the dividend. I don't know who the fuck else is saying that, but it's not correct. If you sell your shares before you receive the dividend, you will not get the dividend. End of story. Unless your broker fucks up and gives it to you by accident. Play Girk's boiler room like a Chad. 100 to 200k FTDs per day. Yeah, we have a lot of FTDs. That doesn't, like, the ETF FTDs are nice. They help cause price improvement. What's a process called? Due bill redemption on the broker side. Houston isn't a trader. I know. I know he's not. But that doesn't mean that people don't think that he knows something, right? About trading. With everything you've gone over this AM, will you be waiting for Monday to enter the bulk of your OPEX position? Are there mechanics that can unfold today for you to enter by end of day? If I see like a fairly decent number of like farther dated calls come in, I may enter some today. Some more today. Still out of the money though. Maybe like 250, 200. Higher Vega exposure, but riskier, right? I don't always listen to Gurk, but when I do, I don't sell 150 CCs yesterday when we hit 151 and pull 80%. It's net returns in 6 hours. Nice. What's the benefit for a company to issue a dividend stock split over a regular split? Barely any. They can create leverage imbalance in short positions. They can possibly force ETFs to recall, but not really, right? Because ETFs can balance their NAV with forward contracts, so they force ETFs to buy later. Although I highly doubt most companies even know how that process works. If Houston just deletes the Robinhood app, do I get his dividends? No. Single stock ETFs, any opinions? It's kind of cool. FTDs from 531 hit on Tuesday. Oh man. FTDs from 531 hit on Tuesday. ETF FTDs? Oh, the FTDs? Those don't make that much of a difference. ETF FTDs. The FTDs are already ahead of that, right? They're June already? The FTDs are like already in. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Yeah, the ETF FTDs from May 31st will hit next week. That's correct. And the subsequent days, June 1st, June 2nd, those are all very high FTD days as well. But you're looking at the GME FTDs. So this is what's confusing. You're looking at GME FTDs for bullishness on ETF FTDs. And they're not the same. If you fail a created share, the fail goes to the ETF, not GME. If Houston just deletes the Robinhood app, do I get his dividends? I don't know. You already asked that. It's probably some accounting thing that has nothing to do with us and benefits them. I don't know if it benefits them in any way. It could be good for keeping C-suite on board. Fixing the rug pull during the split. Will you bring back the bolometer? Never. SPY looks like it's going to double top, right? Not necessarily. That was a huge buy order. 7 million shares. This could keep pushing. I don't think like 384 is out of the question. Especially if it holds this resistance. I'd like to see the low 140s just one more time. Might not happen. Take a look at ATSG. Okay. What about them? And they don't. They look like they're recovering a bit, but just, it's not like very impressive. How can we not pronounce Houston's name like a New Yorker? Yeah, we don't say Houston for Texas. Houston's Dutch. I'm not getting into this shit again. British? That's weird. Okay, British. Whatever. British? Do we expect to trade downwards up until OPEX? No. We expect to chop a bunch based on how much weekly call volume is on the chain. We also expect them to be able to rug pull the price of the stock when people sell out of their positions. What's with the 7 million candle on the SPY? Someone bought a bunch of the SPY? Cat's still going up. I know. Ooh. That's where I want to see it. Did you see about LA moving into the high CDC level, high community transmission level? I hope we don't see lockdowns again like Shanghai. Is this Sue Grove selling into pressure? Maybe. Saying lawyer is not abnormal. Saying lawyer is abnormal. Because you can't, what, articulate your tongue properly? Why do people say it that way? It's law. They're a practitioner of law. It's not fucking lawyer. It's pronounced attorney. It's not lawyer. It's lawyer. Lawyer. So YOLOing your life savings into weeklies isn't a good idea. Probably not. Some people say things with a hard R. Lawyer is pronounced 510 weeklies. Who says bagels? Where the fuck do you guys get these pronunciations from? Hard to believe you pronounce Nevada as Nevada. Hmm. You're correct, but you're the weird one here. No, RC's not gonna buy baby and then sell infants as NFTs. Button? It's weird how Americans say caramel as caramel. It's so dumb. Yeah, they don't know that there's a second A because they're illiterate. In England, Guybrush is pronounced Goybrush. Say aluminum and say it right. It's Carl, pronounced sexy as fuck beast. Surrounded myself with too many bearded ginger men. Bagels A Nevada is the equivalent of lawyer. It's pronounced bagel. And it's Nevada. I heard you say my name. It wasn't about you, I promise. All of our sweet upward pressure is gone. Buy more 950s. Fuck it. New Orleans, Louisville. Huh. I wonder if anybody calls it Louisville. I pronounced it fucking correctly. Twitchy 0101. I said Louisville. No one I would talk to would say it that way. You should start calling it that. I should. I'd cat 185 August 19 call bought previously. Would you average down, or do you think it'll take too long to move up versus loss of theta? 185. You're kind of far out of the money. I just bought 175s. I'm might get some like 180s soon if it continues to show some strength. Next week, GME MOASS to insanely share price. Chow chow HF. You guys will be vaporized. Beautifully put. Thank you. I'll begin slaughtering the Twitter FUD on dividends. Cacio e Pepe? Do you pronounce Florida correctly? Like Florida? Jay Fresh and I were gonna rub beards together. Want to get in on this scruffy orange goodness? Yeah, count me in. What's up, man? Joining for lunch. Thought this was a Bobby stream. Where's the chart? Bobby's trading at $4.90. Glider. UPAC standardized it as aluminum, and they picked the US spelling for sulfur, though. Huh. Sounds like some or all your base or belong to us comment action. Are you still playing August calls for cat or getting more theta on any new positions? I bought September's. Maybe I should pick up some Cobras as well. Not enough OI there. September's are really good. I like September's. They have plenty of OI. How bullish should you be for OPEC to close above 140 today? I don't know. They haven't even traded a million volume today. It's kind of shitty. Looking back at Cat, it seems to have 6 green days before XDiv, but then usually falls afterwards. Yeah. Jamie runs 2+2 next week. How will that affect post-split gamma exposure? Does the split affect it in any negative way? No. I think the split will probably raise volatility after the split. Keeping the split end in mind, how do you see next week playing out if we do see a major OPEC? So they want to cover early so that they have time to tank it before Friday? I don't see why they would care about tanking it before Friday. The split is just division. The thing that'll tank it post-split is people selling shares. I just bought 175s. Would you keep the 950s post-split? Probably not. IV's picking up a little. Can you talk a little bit about the hesitation with July OPEX? Yeah, a bunch of people think they can sell their shares and get the dividend. Retail's buying shitty weekly calls, and the market maker is not negatively hedged going into OPEX, which is not bullish. Well, means that we'll lack price acceleration. Because now instead of having the market maker and the ETF compete for shares at market, right? You have the market maker selling shares and the ETF buying them. Are most of your Jimmy OPEX plays volatility right now? I'm averaging down my like 150s a little bit. But yeah, everything else is a volatility play. Wouldn't they want people to sell pre-split if possible? No, I don't think they give a shit. So you're saying there isn't a giant loophole for me to triple my portfolio? Fudge shell. Are you buying near the money weeklies? No. I bought some zero DTs today, but they sucked. The market makers priced up all the like at the money contracts for the zero DTs. So there's very little money to be made on them as we chop between 134 and 137 on low volume while theta bleeds out. My wife said she's going to buy her first options today. Somehow I convinced her that losing money is fun enough to try it out. She'll have a different opinion on that afterwards. Assuming we don't see a massive roll on the 5Ps on Bobby, how much goodness do we expect T+2? So you're assuming they close them out or don't exercise them? I mean, they're currently in the money, right? I'll look a little later today and see what positions they're rolling, but they started rolling some yesterday. At what price are they basing the split price? The 18th end of day? Yeah, it's whatever the end of day price is the day before the effective date. Not the 18th, but the 22nd, right? Oh, Gen 950 shows profitable for during volatility. I mean, if volatility bumps up, they can stay profitable for quite some time. My wife just received a Louis Vuitton purse via USPS. At what point should I be concerned that her boyfriend is doing better than me? Now. Probably right now. Maybe you answered this question already, but I can't find a clip on your channel. Thoughts about possibility of MOASS? I think the chances of it are very slim. It's possible, but not probable. Do you think later today they will start covering OPEC's exposure? It doesn't fucking look like it. But yeah, I mean, it's possible that we see some hedging later today or something going into next week. The market makers remained pretty neutral. Does this market price movement confirm SLD, or is it likely over? Or could we still see a dump? Yeah, I don't... I mean, it's possible that SLD is just over, right? We saw a big dump going into Wednesday. We saw a dump after Wednesday. So the effects of SLD could likely already be realized. I mean, usually Friday is when it kind of starts to turn around anyway. Sometimes it's later in the day, but generally, yeah, into Friday it'll start to turn around. I'm beginning to wonder what the point of a split dividend is. Like I've said, I think ETF pro rata agreements are affected by the dividend, and if that's the case, it could be relevant. How bullish are you for an OPEX run next week? I'm not. I'm not bullish or bearish. I simply have calls. If they print, awesome. If they don't, I'll sell them. Better to buy in now or after institutions start buying in. Why the fuck would institutions buy GameStop? They're just trolling you at this point. It feels like it. What's dark pool volume looking like? Good question. Nope, don't need to do that. Just do this. Low, 43.9%. Yeah, 43.9%. Any disadvantages to purchasing August 5 or 12 over August 19? Wider spreads, less liquidity. Those are the disadvantages of the 5 and the 12. No MOASS, but we have the float locked. Yeah, nobody cares about the locked float, man. Maybe you got this question a few times, but what happened to the black shirts? I can't stand this gray bull. I am neutral. So, yeah. Please explain how an ETF pro rata agreement works. Uh, ETFs are, well, most ETFs are required to pass on dividends pro rata, which like means in kind. So they can't provide cash in lieu of. An ETF will have to retain its weighting of the underlying shares in its asset pool. Um, and in order to do that, must receive the dividend. Now they can write a forward to balance their NAV and receive the dividend over time or later. But they still have to receive it. So, if a stock in an ETF splits via a share dividend, meaning the shorts don't split, then the shorts have to make good on that imbalance, right? Because the ETF has to provide that dividend to its asset pool in kind. Is that still a problem if calls are in the money? How far out of the money do you plan to buy? Dude, you've been here for a year and a half, man. I always buy the same fucking calls for OPEX in the same fucking order. I buy far out of the money calls, and then I buy closer and closer to the money as we approach the OPEX date. It's never really changed. I don't know why you are bullish. I grabbed my mom's purse, pulled out $1, gave her 4 quarters, and kept her purse. Congratulations, man. Locked float would cause pressure. No, it doesn't. It just means nothing trades. Happy Friday. I hope you have a good weekend. Thanks for the education and answering the same questions all day. Also, I heard I can sell my shares and get free shares. Jesus fucking Christ. Don't say that. It's not funny. People really think that. Just one more. JS, thank you so much. Ooh, spicy pickle. Berate me next. No, Mr. Diggs. You get weird when I do that. You just have to hold till you receive the new shares. Is there a slight delay on Hankanashi candles compared to regular candles? No, I don't think so. I think it's just like they don't bounce around as much because of the smoothing effect. Is that happening on Superstock right now, I assume? I have no idea. I don't know where it started. We know the premiums for options will become more affordable post-split. However, is it smarter to buy them prior to the split or after historically? Can splits cause IV spikes? Yes, but they generally also cause sell-offs. So it's up to you. Splits make stocks more volatile. Well, they increase volatility because they make the stock more tradable. So generally, IV goes up. If people don't sell, will continue to remain like illiquid. That's what you're. So the options chain will get more volatile, but the question is, will we retain the illiquidity that drives our high volatility? Do people really believe they can sell their shares to get free shares? They think they can outsmart the market? These are the same people that believed in Bastille Day, right? Probably, yeah. Are you planning on selling 4x the number of covered calls post split? Yep. I don't think it was Superstock. They would flay anyone alive that suggested selling. True. Darth Dan, thank you so much for gifting some memberships, dude. Guys, welcome to Cornishon.
Cornishon. Cornishon.
Are you gonna DRS all of your new shares post split? Absolutely fucking not. Google Hankanashi candle and BBBY came up in my search results. Does this mean buy propane futures? No. I don't think so. DRS same like individual share recall? Ugh. Do you know when they sell off occurred with Tesla? Was it the day after the split or the day of? It was the day after. It started to go down in like the later part of the day and ended up closing negative on the day. And then it dropped like a fucking rock. I saw a video of Houston Wade saying he's going to sell all his shares Thursday next week and buy back on Friday. So he gets the free shares from the dividend and can buy the new shares cheaper. Uh, I think he knows better now. Check out Veru. It has 10k OI at 15C that has not been decreasing significantly this whole week. Someone wants to exercise this. It's possible. It's been doing a little better, but I think there's still quite some time before their approval comes through, right? I don't know. I don't like bio stocks. I liked the first setup that we played. I'd have to look at this one. Let me look at the options chain. Veru. Options, open interest. Looks like there's a lot of open interest for today. But in the money, yeah, there's about 12,000 at 15 that are in the money that are holding. They might exercise them. I don't think that's going to do much next week, though. Like, the call chain next week's kind of weak. The Octobers are strong. Also put OI, though. Someone's really banking on the downside there. Sentiment today is pretty bullish. Still a lot of people buying, like, you know what it is? A lot of people are buying the $15 calls right now. It's like 0 DTE plays. I was once downvoted to oblivion on SS because I said I was going to sell puts. Half of them hated that I was selling. The other half hated that I said puts. Did any of them know that it was a bullish bet? Ray, Forex covered calls. Does it change your strategy of out of the money, at the money, in the money proportions? Out of the money, out the money, in the money proportions. No, I mean, I'm not going to sell any in the money. I don't want to get assigned. Like, I'll still sell probably in the same range I do now at like 0.2, 0.15. But I can sell a lot of calls at those prices, right? So if I had fewer shares, I might take more risk. Post split. Do the options contracts prices also get divided by 4? Yes. The strikes get divided and the contracts multiply. Carnitas, chicken, carne, pastor. Carne asada is good. I'm not a big fan of chicken tacos. Carnitas is good. That's not how that works. Check the spread at the top of the November 18th GME chain. I mean, there's no OI, right? So there isn't even a last trade. It's just bullshit. If you put in a bid, the market maker would probably fill you. You reach out to Houston. He's too nice of a guy to get fudged that hard. I know a bunch of people like added him on my tweet, so hopefully he sees that. How much credibility do you put in the theory that the drop yesterday was manufactured due to critical margin theory, or was it something else easily explained? Did you see the name of the stream today? It's critical margin theory is fucking horseshit. It's just a line that they keep moving every time we break it. They just created shares in XRT and sold them. It wasn't that complicated. CEO of Veru said within 60 days of June 6th for approval for what that's worth. Interesting. Yeah, I think if they get approved, they could run. It'll be interesting to see how it plays out. I don't really play bio plays like that though. Because they don't get approved, then you're fucked. Sorry, 1 second, guys. Uh, Alright. What kind of drop in price are we looking for after the split down? Could be like Tesla and rocket back up post split. Tesla didn't rocket back up post split for like 54 trading days. Google split after hours today. Is covering of FTDs and then they drop us in the latter half of the day. Is this covering of FTDs and they drop us in the latter half of the day? Possibly. And we're just trading like flat essentially right now. Bobby testing 5. Oh, that's good. Bobby actually doesn't look terrible today. I'm curious to see how next week plays out with it. You look like Michael Blurry. Burry? Oh, I don't. He has a one eyeball and a dead facial expression. What does it look like? No open interest on August 26th. Why does it look like no open interest on August 26th GME calls? Open interest for August 26th is 419 contracts. It's also a weekly contract, so it's very unlikely that anybody would want to buy it. You look like Brad Pitt? No. Someone's selling out of July 22nd $4 puts on Bobby. OI on Bobby dropped today by hold on. The put OI dropped by 2.4 and 1.8% at $6 and $5. There's currently 137,000 contracts open on Bobby for today. And for some reason, just an absurd number of weekly calls. But where is open interest picking up? Lots of $1 puts for $1 and $2 puts for January. $3 and $1 puts for November. Ooh, August has a lot of OI. Yeah, I mean, they're building up a little bit. Not a lot, though. There's like a little bit of an out of the money put position. 6 and 5. So some in November are building up. Or, sorry, August. Currently, lots of people selling weeklies, which I don't know why they bought. Does BBY knock DDS all running mean anything for GME? No, definitely not Nokia. DDS running is kind of good. KO just spun off its Coca-Cola part of the company as Coke. It didn't just do it. Coke is its like distribution branch. Coca-Cola bottling company. It was founded in 1902. Spy wants a test of 385.50. Cool. GB's gonna explode next week, though. I hope so. Is it a divvy or a splivvy? It's whatever you want it to be. Options IV on BBY is being odd. I feel like options prices are being held down. I mean, they are. The market makers still favoring puts. Well, puts are more expensive, right? A couple weeks ago, it started. They started to put a little pressure on, and then the shorts pushed back. I mean, the shorts aren't in as strong of a position as they were like 4 weeks ago, but it's still rough. Thanks, Jose. One bottle and other is making one is bottling, the other is making the actual beverage. Yeah. I'm trying to learn of the power some stonkers would never tell you about. Tell me, have you heard of the January 950? Theta for days and profit off the volatility we see so often. Am I wrong? It depends on when you buy them, but yeah, they've been buying like far out of the money leaps has been a profit. Like everyone's been doing that forever, though. This isn't like a secret. Ugh, Jesus. Maybe we get a move up now. Like that. Spy breaking out? Not really. The Pelosi's have 220,000 shares in NVIDIA yesterday. Nancy Pelosi came out in favor of finalizing the CHIPS Plus bill, a comprehensive semiconductor bill for $52 billion. I know. Do you want to buy NVIDIA and hold it during a bear market in the hopes that the CHIPS bill gets passed? Have you bought anything from the NFT marketplace? No, I don't like giving my money away. Lots of buying for August 200s checkout. There's a bit of buying for them, yeah. It's looking better. It's just not as strong as the weeklies, right? And a lot of the weeklies sold off today. I discovered that someone in my office tunes in occasionally and decided I better mask my identity. I hope you can tell me it's me, though. Thank you, Bert Turb. Turblera. So what you don't understand is Nancy bought the shares 2 months ago for the announcement of the bill. She's selling them today when you find out about it. Would you say Vega sends contracts like 950 or safer? Vega sensitive contracts like 950 or safer for this OPEX run if it becomes an OPEX run. Moderately, yeah. Girk, when do you expect OPEX to start? On the day of on the end of the day or Monday morning? I mean, I wouldn't really expect it to start until T+2, which is like Tuesday or Wednesday. They generally don't cover early. It's pretty rare that they do. If they do, it's generally not a lot. I don't know how it'll be with it being the ex-dividend date, if there'll be a lot of FOMO or not. There could be. What would be the best calls to start getting into for OPEX today? Far out of the money? That's all I've been buying, really. I have some 150s. I averaged them down a little bit today, but they're more just like a stopgap in case we run unexpectedly. They're not really like, I wouldn't call them a significant position. I'm pretty much done buying 950s and 390s, though. I might pick up some 200s, 180s. Fine, don't give away your money. Just give me your calls. Only if I die, turd. You'll have to kill me first. It's Brett Harrell, regular. No, I know it is. But his name's Treb now. Or Teber. Turb. Turblera. That's okay, we got you, Turb. I didn't buy anything from the NFT marketplace, but props to the random guy who bought a dumb meta boy for $50, then sold it to a super stonker for 1K 30 minutes later. Yeah, good on that guy. I mean, at least it's hopefully pushing the capital that Superstonk has to leverage into like a narrower group of people. So that way the people, bag holding $10,000 NFTs at the end of it are broke, and are no longer influencing the price of the stock. Is Pulte buying baby? I highly doubt it. That's a nice run. Maybe Cohen will buy some shares today. I don't see how he doesn't DCA his fucking position down at this point. When did you last math out Gamma Max? That's from this morning. Are you buying near date strikes with the plan to sell prior to the split? No. I'm buying farther dated strikes that are Vega sensitive. Don't eat the Kava mystery meat. But Gaff loves it so much. Is TA on VIX usable? Not really, no. It's a volatility index. It just goes up and down. Volatilely. Are the furthest dated calls you're getting for OPEX August? Yeah, I mean, besides the out of the money ones, yeah. Like near the money and at the money calls will be August. Are we about to rip? I hope so. Let's do it again. Let's see if I can make back my 0 DTE money. IV's going up. I'll be honest, I bought a bunch of the cheapest NFTs in the marketplace and marked them up to 4.2069 ETH. Do you expect a drop after the split similar to prior OPEX runs, or do you see the floor being raised due to the lower share price? It's really unpredictable because it'll depend on how much retail comes in and buys GameStop once it's cheaper. I'd imagine there's a lot of AMC bag holders that wouldn't mind switching over, especially if the ratio was, 2 to 1 instead of 10 to 1. Getting here late, there's no people really believe they can sell their shares and still get the dividend. There's no way, right? Oh no, there are absolutely people who believe that. There's people who believe it so strongly that they've argued with me after telling them that they were wrong about it. Even incorrectly citing SEC documents. So yes, Herva. I have a feeling this channel is 90% of the 950 volume. That could be some of it. Hey, we're up 10% though. Are the 390s you're buying for October? Yeah, but I haven't been buying as many of them because the Vegas, meh. I bought them when they were underpriced, but I haven't bought any since. They're a little more delta sensitive, but only if we run really hard. Someone posted about the standstill period for RC Ventures, and RC allowed to buy up to 19.9% of BBBY now. Yes, he is. Hey, Gurk, I bought it in the 116 low a few days back. Rode the upside to 150, had stops during yesterday's crash. Bought back in today at the bottom. Thanks for teaching all of us, you rock. Thanks, SD. I appreciate it, man. Congratulations, by the way. Spy has no volume today. Is there some speech everyone is waiting for? No. There was economic data that came out today, this morning and this afternoon. There's some more shit into the later part of this day. But I don't think any of it's super relevant. Like, I know Bostic, I think, is speaking today. I don't know if the Fed would be waiting on him to speak. Oh, that was this morning anyway. No, there's nothing left. The last two were the consumer sentiment and the business inventories, but those are over. So all the information's in. I don't think the spy's waiting on anything. But you know, the area like above like 384 on the spy is kind of like dead. Like there's some call OI that picked up here yesterday, but not a lot. And it did break out, but yeah, it's got nothing to run on. There's no gas. So probably reposition into this weekend, and then if it's going to see upside, it'll probably see it next week. How dare they argue with you? It's a stupid argument. It's like, yeah, if I'm going to sell my shares and then get free shares. So I'm going to get all my money, and then I'm going to get all the free shares too. Again, I don't understand in what world you live in where they fucking think that could possibly work. This one trick will get you free dividends. Someone believe that stuff about the dividend. Why don't they just call their broker instead of asking you? Seems counterintuitive. I'm more worried about the ones that didn't ask anybody. I agree. I constantly get asked things that people should be asking their brokerage. I mean, did the BBBY puts get sold off for today? Not a lot of them. They can exercise them too, don't forget, to prevent the kickback. They're probably shills. I don't think that's a real thing. If dividend same as split dividend, if IQ is split 4-1. Someone cited a CNBC article arguing that you can sell after today. People are actually nimrods. Yeah. Hashtag 117% gang. Down 99% overall. What are Vega sensitive options? The ones I have? I mean, technically options closest to the money have the most Vega sensitivity. Right? But the more theta you have, the more Vega sensitivity you get on further out of the money contracts. So you can buy contracts that are both sensitive to Vega and insensitive to Delta. So 950s are a great example of this, right? Because they have Vega, like their Vega value. Let's see what it is today. Their Vega value is 0.11, right? But their delta value is 0.063. And so, you know, this Vega is comparable to like at the money Vega probably, or near the money Vega for August. So it has the same volatility sensitivity as like an August 19 195 or 200. So it's got the same level of sensitivity to changes in IV, but it doesn't have, you know, these are 0.2 delta. So it's less affected by the change in price and only affected by the change in IV. Which means that if IV goes up, the price of this contract will go up. But if price goes down, the price of this contract won't really change. IV is a function of the Greeks, yes. Yeah, some of those people came up with that strategy all on their own. Yeah. You don't know what you're talking about? There are hot single women in my area that wanted to hook up. Justin Bernard, finally part of the gang. Oh, okay. The worst part of this channel is when Gherk is behind on chat and having to wait to know whether he'll ignore my message or not. Guybrush for MOASS. Not until I buy more 140s. The brokerages don't have YouTube streams. That's true. It's like they've lost a bunch of money in the markets already. It's like they haven't. Yeah. If you were buying 950s, are you technically in Vega gang? I guess so. Yeah. I have to go shit. Call me if my dump will affect the market. I'll halt if it needs to or split 4-1. Thanks for sharing, Johnny. Guys, don't call your broker. We don't want to tip them off to the loophole. 2 million FTDs due the 26th, 27th of July. I haven't seen the FTD report yet for today. What do we got? BBBY fails. Kind of unimpressive. GME fails. Ooh, we almost went back on fucking threshold again, didn't we? 6-9 through 6-15. Very close. Interesting. XRT fails. Holy shit. 2 million on the 21st and 22nd? God, they failed a shitload on XRT that week. That's why XRT right on fucking time. Yeah. That's why XRT, yeah. So it looks like. That looks good. This, you already stated any new dates we almost thresholded? Yeah. We almost went on threshold again between 6-9 and 6-14. 6-15 saved him. Having to buy to close puts that I sold for some reason feel like a loss even though I made money on them. Having to buy to close puts that I sold for some reason. Closing because they were in the money. Why do you think that happens? Think what happens? It's almost likely they they know exactly which day to cover every 5-day period not to get thresholded. Yeah, it is. We suspected that time that last time, and then seeing that again, Seacraft really makes it look like there's only one position managing the FTDs on GME. 6-9, 6-15, yeah. 2+2 plus 35C falls next week. Yep. But those are FTDs, right? So we'll see. It's also just the T+2 is already factored in. It's just plus 35 for those. So you don't need to do you don't do an additional T+2. It's just plus 30, like, because they've already failed, right? That's why they showed up. The sales on XRT during that time period equal NOPEX, yeah. Equals future spiciness. It does look that way. I really like that. I'm not gonna lie. I really like those like 3 million fail that 3 million fail day. That's some spicy shit. I went 1.5, 700,000, 2.5, 3.1, 1.2. And then it normalized, but it was already thresholded at that point. And then it starts picking back up into the end of the month, like 640, 260, 316, 993, 699, 493. They're failing on both GME and XRT more frequently. It's good. Does that make you bullish? Makes you like semi-bullish, Grim 2. I can't be anything anymore. I can't feel the way I want to feel because people fucking gamble money based on my emotions, which is absurd. Do you see yesterday's 5K XRT puts were closed, but 8K were opened, but for some reason reopened 8K, but only for a week. Why did they do that? 10% out of the money too. I saw that too. Yeah, they closed some for tomorrow and like rolled them out to next week. It was really weird. I don't know if they're trying to like kick the can on that post split, but it was strange. Mike Miho, welcome to Zillionaire, man. Thanks for subbing, dude. Hit me up if you need me to add you to the country club,
Happy
man.
birthday, Gurk.
Yeah.
Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold it afloat. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon win. Praise be to RC and the VY, please, cause I need G.
Who are we calling people? I have a name. Shirt on equals bear shill. Yeah. What's the likelihood that June obligations can't be boofed or kicked? They were stuck covering Feb obligations in March, right? Yeah. We think. I mean, we'd be looking for confirmation of that this time around. But yeah, we think that's what happened. Seems to be the most likely reason we did not see equivalent obligations settled based on the number of obligations closed. You should feel how you want to feel, Gurk. I'm against you feeling neutral and will invest accordingly. I mean, I'm just managing my position, right? I'm gonna do what I'm gonna do, but I'm just not gonna feel any way about it. Are you not getting into your at the money calls today because you think the price will drop or because the weekend theta loss? It's not that I think the price will drop necessarily, but I don't care. I'm getting irrational rally vibes on QQQ and SPY. Yeah, I can see that. Been probably enough time for people to reposition. Jimmy coming back up to 390 or 139. SPY gonna maybe move back up to 390. Well, we'll see. I think there's a pretty hard resistance here. 387. It'd be interesting if it crosses 387, actually. That'd be really bullish. No, not GME to 390. GME to... Fuck off. I just got some dry powder in my account. Can you tell me how you're feeling, please? 2 million FTDs on XRD correspond to T+1 and T+2 on June OPEX. Means they got a lot of liquidity to try and short the options rug pull during NOPEX. No, it means they have a lot of fucking covering to do next week. It feels like this GME rally is setting up another late day rug pull. Weekly calls falling off the chain will exacerbate the pull. Not a prediction, just a guess with my limited knowledge. Yeah, I mean, there's still some people holding 140 calls. And, you know, while a lot of the 135s sold off, a lot of the 130s still appear to be in place. IV's bumping a little bit, yeah. The comment about June XRT FTDs being NOPEX, did that occur in Feb NOPEX too? I believe so, yeah. They weren't as high, for in Feb. To be fair, didn't DFG just trade on feel? Maybe ask the Magic 8 Ball what strikes we should get. And why is it 510 and 950? I would imagine it's 510 and 950 because those are the only ones you can afford. No, 950s they're a play. They're not the most profitable one, but they are a play. At this rate, with the 4-to-1 split, the Citron guy is going to be wrong about GME to 20 fast. Yeah. $900s are a play too. Yes, they are. My 200Cs are up 20%. Nice. I don't even know who that is. Weird. Mine are down 20%. What? Your 950s? You're just buying them at the peaks? That's generally how that works. The timing on the 950s is really important. How high do you think GM will go? It was at 169 yesterday. Seems to move a lot. It moves around based on the number of out of the money calls there are, right? So if people are buying out of the money calls, it'll move up. If they're selling off their out of the money calls, it'll move down. You don't know who anyone is? Fair enough. You once explained on stream there's a rule of thumb to cover short options when they are 50%. To cover short options when they are 50% in profit. When would you deviate from that rule and just let them expire worthless? If it takes a long time for them to realize the 50% profit? I didn't say the rule of thumb was to buy them back at 50% profit. I said the rule of thumb was to buy them back if they achieved 50% profit and had, more than 50% of their remaining theta. So, if you sell a weekly, right, and it's got 5 days left till expiry, and it's up 50%, then you just buy it back and reposition, right? Because, obviously your profits greatly exceed the risk of carrying it. Because you still have like 100% of your theta left, right? That you sold it at. Or another example would be like 2 days and you still have 3 days to expiration. And in 2 days it achieves 50%. This is still like the point at which you would buy it back and reposition. It's like what, 60% of your remaining time, right? Now, if it's like the following day, right, and you have 40% of your time remaining, and you've achieved 50% profits, then you would just wait out the rest, right? No, I'm not Nepalese. Good entry on ADTH. I have no idea. Looks like some weeklies are bailing. I don't know if this stock has good entries. It's a SPAC advertising company. Some buzzwords, advanced machine learning. Looks like a pile of shit. I don't know if this has good entries. It might be finding a higher low here, which could be moderately bullish, but I wouldn't buy it if you paid me to. No problem, Cyril. Have a good one, man. Delta pricing on in the money puts for BBBY is all kinds of weird right now. I believe that. I'm looking to average down some 210 August calls that I FOMO'd in like a super stonker. Is now a good time, or would you wait a bit to average down? Might have done it earlier today. IV's a little elevated right now. Maybe if we fall back to VWAP here. Are you tired as fuck? Yeah, I'm pretty tired today. What's your take on QQQ next week? I don't really play QQQ. If the market rallies, it will too. Check quant cord. Look at State Street without XRT. Hold on, what am I looking at here? Hollow Eye is massive. What the fuck is that? What date's that on? Wait, I'm retarded. Okay. Alright, just let me know. Just a little bit more down. You can do it. Jimmy's up over 7% this week. Yeah, roughly. Is it this week? Um, up about 10% right now. I like the technicals. My old roommate works at State Street. Haven't talked to him in 15 years. Just texted XRT what doing. I'll let you know the response. Thanks. If you guys could, drop a like. It's a big help. Full bull will scare away the shills and short gherk. Can we show us how you're tracking for GME? Can you show us how we're tracking for the GME cycles? On the technical side, we look good, but there's issues with the delta hedge. There's no like significant put delta going into this, and so we could be lacking price acceleration next week. Don't get me wrong, FOMO can make up for that, but it limits upside potential a little bit. Oh, sorry, I was just reading what Turd wrote, BMG. Isn't DN higher than GN historically indicative of a price drop to come? DN higher than GN. No, it could be bullish. It looked good this morning. Well, kind of good. I think it's when like Delta, like when it spikes. This has been kind of just slowly crawling over. But yeah, when it spikes over, it generally snaps back under really fast. We'll see. Some of that might have been realized yesterday though. Delta over. Yeah, so Delta goes over going into our runs, and it goes over going out of our runs. So, I don't know how super reliable that is. But when it spikes up out of nowhere, um, that's bad, right? That shows that like a large number of calls have been sold off. But right now it looks like it's just climbing. It's stable. I think it was over yesterday too. When are you gonna take a much needed vacation? I don't really do vacations. Should there not be a lot of stock recall today? Why would there be stock recall today? No, I don't think the lenders care. ETFs might, but they wouldn't recall today. They'd recall before the split. Oh. Vlad Grebyankin? Based on your car history, you're an Anian of some sort? Romanian, Ukrainian, Armenian, Bulgarian? No, I'm none of those things. I think I'm like a little like part Czech, or uh it wasn't Czechoslovakia back then. It was like my great great grandmother was oh fuck, was it called? I can't remember. I'm not Persian. Kirksithian? Bohemian. Yeah. My great great grandmother was from Bohemia. Our illiquidity is ridiculous. We just went 42 cents on 785 shares. I know. I'm not Mexican either. I'm not Mexican. I'm not Persian. I'm not Pennsylvanian. I really want to know why you don't take vacations. Oh, because I'm working. I don't ever stop working. If I take vacations, then that would be like, what am I gonna do that week? Not work? Why the fuck would anyone do that? I like my job. Thanks, Careless Whisperer. Are you part Spaniard? Yeah. My great grandmother on my father's side was from she was Castilian. I don't know what it is. Barcelona. He's a theta male. Are there days where you're tired of streaming? Not really, because it's just I'm doing what I would do anyway, except on camera. So I have something to do besides just like okay, so before the stream, I would do this exact same shit, except I would just be playing TFT and watching Netflix. So now instead of doing TFT and watching Netflix all day, I talk to you guys. Vacation equals losing out on potential gains. Exactly. Just don't die with a pile of money having spent none of it. Don't worry, I won't. I have strict instructions in my will to burn it all. Do you want a little Mexican in you? Keep your fucking taquito in your pants, alright, Grim 2? You're excited, Ray the Dividend, saying we're gonna make so much money. I mean, I am. Your sentiment seems to have changed to a more conservative outlook on the dividend. Why? No, I'm still gonna make a lot of money. I'm just waiting. Waiting is boring. Yeah, I still play TFT once in a while. Rarely, but once in a while. Is your employer pays you $25 a month? Please play Full Bear. That's not a song currently available. Castilian is in the middle west northern Spain. Yeah, I think that's where she was from. I didn't know that was actually, I thought it was like a dialect. I wasn't aware that it was a region. I don't really know that much about Spain. If you have CCs open during a split, does the owner of the call, assuming you did not buy back the call, receive the stock dividend? No, not unless they're in the money. In the money, it gets tricky. I mean, they could exercise it and take your dividend going into the split. So we need to hold shares on 718 in order to receive the split. No, you need to hold shares after the split in order to receive the split. On IBKR, can you change trailing stops to trigger on the bid, mid, or ask? Can you change trailing? I believe you can, yeah. I think I just have them set on the mid, generally. But yeah, I believe there's a way to change it so it triggers on the bid or the ask. Please make GME go up a few more doll hairs today. Sincerely, 0DTE me. Why don't you just sell covered calls at the top and then it's like just sell strangles? Just strangle the fuck out of it. I sold naked calls, so I hope I don't get fucking. Maybe I should delta hedge it on the way down. They're like 150, but I'll buy a couple shares. I don't know. Today doesn't look super compelling to me in any way. Portugal greater than Spain. Okay. Is there a reason to own shares before the split if you have calls? I plan to exercise one or two. I don't know. It depends on like your cost basis. Like, yeah, there's definitely a reason to own shares before the split. Like, if you already fucking own them. What a vague notion of your position, photo plus printing. I'm pretty out of the loop, old friend. What might be a good strategy surrounding the dividend? I mean, right now I'm just buying lots of out of the money calls. If we run up super hard, I might sell some in the money calls. See if we can make a fat stack of change before the post dividend sell off. You look like Gladiator's son. You mean Russell Crowe? I don't look like Russell Crowe. I mean, thank you. Hey, Daddy, it's been a while since we got some wrists on screen. I know. Sorry, to be more clear, Ray, excitement of the dividend. Are we not expecting large or any share recalls at this point? Or for that matter, how could they skirt recall obligations? It was away weeks. I'm not expecting any of the like brokerages or long funds to recall, but we may see recalls in the ETFs. We'll have to wait till next week to find out. If they don't, they'll probably kick it, right? So the ETF can cover the deficit for till like the next OPEX period, right? They can write forward contracts to balance. If we see that, then we may not see the ETF imbalance get covered until like September, which is kind of what happened on Tesla. Like Tesla split, it dropped like a rock. Traded, fairly flat relatively for the next like 54 days, and then in November OPEX it took off like a rocket. We need video footage of you deadlifting 200 pounds with a poker face. Calm and collective. Nah. I see you kept talking about illiquidity of Jimmy right now. What's causing such illiquidity? Everyone owns a lot of it. Everyone owns a lot of it. The ETFs are thresholded. Well, the biggest ETF liquidity pool that they use actively is currently going through the threshold process. Any quick recap? Today's boring. I'm pretty sure people dumb enough to sell before receiving their split shares are the same ones who will buy back in immediately after the price has gone up. lots of lots of part spinners have ancestors from there. Yeah, maybe. I don't really know much about her. Why are you convinced you're going to make money from the split? I was under the impression that OPEX was the focus, as price improvement from the split isn't predictable. Covered calls? Yeah. Shitloads of covered calls. Shitloads of covered calls and really cheap CSPs. Remember that after the split, CSPs on GameStop are going to be very, very inexpensive, right? So then I can just spend the next 2 years grinding up my shareholding. Sell covered calls, sell CSPs, watch GameStop trading channels. It's going to be awesome. Did you pick up any closer in the money calls like 180 or 150 yet? I have some 150s that I bought just in case, right? Like in case we break out unexpectedly. No 180s yet, no 200s yet. I have some 0 DTE 138s, but I've also sold 0 DTE 140s, which are naked. So those are just in place as kind of a hedge. I lost some money this morning on 0 DTEs, so I'm making it back selling naked calls and puts. Can I get a split also for my wife? I feel she needs another 3, like her to do everything she needs. I don't know what you're asking for, Mikas. You look like Russell, bro. Why are you buying far dated out of the money calls for the dividend? Why not just weeklies for next week? I might buy weeklies next week for next week. Is it true RC could buy more couldn't buy more GME today? What? No, RC can buy GME. You mean BBBY, right? Synthetic Russell Crowe. Do you have data on Gamma Max in the March run? If so, what was it? It's if you go back to the daily DDs from that period, it's in there. But I think it went from like 140 up to like 180 at the peak. Or 185. But I have it posted in the daily DDs. Whatever I had at the time. Father to a murdered son, boyfriend to a murdered wife. You look like Jack Black's doppelganger. I'm not that fat yet. No offense to Jack Black, because he's actually awesome. But an 8-year-old girl could deadlift 200 pounds. So I have a really bad knee injury. So until I like build up some like strength, I'm keeping it light. I do a lot of reps. I do like 5 by 15. I can do a lot more. I'm just not right now. No reason to rush it. 200-pound deadlift is not impressive. I know. Zero DTE for mod. Thanks, Silence of the Dens. I'll be sure to get right on that. What was all the hubbub on Superstock about the short ETF thing? Just idiots. Just seriously, just idiots doing idiot things. A bunch of fucking morons decided that Coke was part of the retail basket, which it's not. And they were like, "Oh, they're using ETFs to short you." Because after all this time, they still don't understand how ETFs work or what ETFs GameStop is contained in. I recommend Tai Chi for building leg knee strength in a low impact way. I do that sometimes in the morning. My ex-girlfriend actually got me super into that for a couple years. So I still do it like most days. You missed the second part of my statement about deadlifts. You know, instead of saying that, I could have just said it the second part again. So, I don't know. It's just, you want me to go back through the chat and find it? It can really mess up your back with big weight and poor form. Yeah, I haven't lifted in a long time, so I'm working on form, keeping it light, where it's like manageable. Show us your abs. They're buried right now. You have a girlfriend? No. Well, no, not really. As someone who deadlifted over 500 pounds, just because you can lift heavy doesn't mean you should. 5x15 at low weight is fine. Health for before ego. Yeah. That's because no one ever reads my DD on ETFs, so they keep rediscovering the wrong thing. I know. Coke was a nod that Baby will be spun off. Maybe. I mean, someone sold like 100,000 shares of Coke the next day. He could have been at some fucking party in Florida, and some guy was like, "Oh, I'm gonna sell off my shares," and like I'm in debt, or who the fuck knows, right? Billionaires hear all kinds of inside fucking information. But it wasn't like a huge sell-off or anything catastrophic. It's probably already recovered. I'm having trouble getting back to the gym. Do you use pre-workout? No, that shit makes my fucking heart feel like it's gonna explode. How's the feng shui in your apartment? Catastrophic. Did you happen to see the DM I sent you last night regarding the Renko chart? It's weird how the trend changes around every 55 bars. It's really not if you understand what Renko displays, Bob. It displays a fixed amount of volume, right? So it's price irrespective of like volumetric price action. So if you consider that, you know, they're shorting the exact amount they're covering in every period, then you would have the same number of blocks between every period, right? I was wondering when someone would pick up on how cool Renko is. Besides me and Dork. Me and Dork are all about it. Guys, this is a better way to ask this question. Is there a girl out there that would say you have a girlfriend? A couple? That's not my fault though. I like deadlifting, can do 500, but even I know I shouldn't be doing too much longer just because of the chance of a freak injury. Better be safer, yeah. Imagine how jacked stock traders used to be trading Coke and doing Coke. Yeah, doing Coke will really, really cut you up. You get nice and lean. Kettlebells are the best. Just do, God. I don't mind kettlebells, but they're so boring. Do you have a cleaning lady? And if so, did you do her? Did I have sex with a cleaning lady? No. I don't have a house cleaner. I just clean my own fucking my house My apartment is tiny. I can clean it myself. It takes minutes. I spend most of my time sitting at this fucking desk. It doesn't get dirty very quick. Do those girls watch you stream? I don't know. Tai Chi versus Chai Tea? Thoughts? Thanks, Datrix. Deadlifting 500 pounds and like going long on tendonitis? Probably. Also, the problem with kettlebells is every time I do them, I look super dumb. Yeah, there's some exercises you can't do without looking kind of stupid. Can you please talk more about XRT FTDs and when we may see GME price appreciation from that over the next 2-3 days? From XRT FTDs at the end of May. XRT is more likely to see price appreciation from XRT FTDs than GameStop is, though. It's the fails on GameStop shares that matter. Do your shorties own any GME? I don't know. I did go on a date with some girl who owned AMC, though. I didn't know she owned AMC in advance, and I left when I found out, but I still went on the date. We need to clean. That's how you got the mold farm. No, I got the mold farm because there was a fucking hurricane and my landlord didn't fix the roof. And so mold started growing in the walls. Because he was a cheap fuck. And then once we found out it was psychoactive, there was no choice but to just sell it to people, right? So then we started to cultivate it. Chance for next week's earnings to be positive, more blue chip and defense reporting, and SPY keep ripping GME with it, and then everything dumps after OPEX the following week when big tech reports. That's very possible. Kettlebell curls seem like Kettle One curls. Do you identify as a fuckboy? No. SPY looking like it's breaking down. No, it's not. It's just looking like it's chopping. It was breaking down. Well, I could be behind on chat. Am I? I'm only like 2 minutes behind. It can recover here. It can just stay at this level, frankly. If it was starting to like move hard towards VWAP, that would be another story, but it's not. So there's 3 million FTDs you mentioned early mean more confidence in July OPEX. Yeah, it's nice to see them there. You also own AMC? Yeah, but I'm a snob. She's a 10, but she owns AMC. Does this look like a Head and Shoulder on the SPY? If it was, it broke down already, right? You mean this one, like the bigger one? Sure. This could break down into the latter half of the day, but right now it's fine. Sometimes Head and Shoulders are just uptrends. And you're looking on too small of a scale. You know, you get like that's just an uptrend. It looked like a Head and Shoulders, right? But it's not. You need the breakdown of the second shoulder to confirm a Head and Shoulders. You should not be trying to confirm them fucking out here. After 18 months, did the mystery of the source of the baby noises we used to hear in the background ever get solved? I don't know what you're talking about. RC watches the stream. JFresh is bearish. Did RC pay you to be bearish, so no blame on the 1500% run? No. I feel like that conversation was had here at least 9 months ago, but you didn't mention multiple hoes back then, so I asked. I like how you spelled hose. Very French. Hmm.
Prostituée.
That's French for prostitute. But whore is putain.
Putain.
Huh. It's like a faux French spelling. I wonder if that's how they spell it. Like, is that Quebecois? Are you still a buyer of BTC at 16,000? No, 11. Can you talk about how you manage your VIX edge? I roll it out every once in a while. Sometimes at a profit, sometimes at a loss. Usually at a profit. Thanks to SLD. It wasn't a goat. It wasn't a baby. If you sold a cover call and a margin account and held through the split, do you get 300 more shares, but also 3 more cover calls? Yes. If you're out of the money. I mean, going into a split, if it's in the money, it could very likely to get exercised. Scale of 1 to 10, how sure are you that date wasn't Matt Kors of the wig? You know, it wasn't. Like, pretty positive. You said it in Quebecois? What happened to your knee, if you don't mind me asking? Oh, I like ripped it in half.
I tore my MCL, broke the bottom off my femur, ripped the like meniscus off of the tibia, and tore my ACL as well. Straddle gone wrong. Is it possible SLD isn't over yet, and that a lot of people were hoping for good news with Biden and Saudi Arabia, and that hasn't come yet, so it's chop? Ask because it seems like news pushes the markets a lot. It's possible. But, I mean, more of that would affect oil than, you know, like tech stocks and manufacturers. Not Quebecois. I was being sarcastic. I know it's not Quebecois. Haha, JC. Was it painful? Initially, no. Yeah. Sports injuries. I say MCL and ACL were torn. What happened with the China tariffs? Nothing. Do you think Citadel had a sentient AI like Google? Also, would you consider making a CCCSP course and sell it to the billionaires? No. Ugh. No, that's gross. That's everything I'm against. Moon Man. I'll talk to you about your strategies and stuff, but I'm not making a fucking course. Courses are bullshit. The market changes. There is no one strategy that works 100% of the time. Have you ever considered stem cell replacement therapy for your knee? No. Hearing you say Quebecois is not something I would expected. Have you spent time in Quebec? What do you think of that place? No, but my girlfriend one of my girlfriends in high school was from there. She was from Montreal. I've never been there. I've been to Toronto. But I've never been to Quebec. That sarcastic laugh better not have been directed at me. That was the other JC. I know it was. What were you doing when you tore it? MMA? Not like MMA. I was in like an MMA class. It wasn't that exciting. I wasn't like in the octagon. All of our high school girlfriends were from Canada. Nice. Did you cry? No. By the time it really started to hurt, I was in the hospital and they were pumping me full of morphine. You got caught in a knee bar? No, the like there was like you know the rubber mat that they put down over the ring. So I guess some of the clips that hold it down were loose, and I pivoted on the mat, and the mat like bunched up, and it like caught my foot, and my body kept turning, and so my knee just went like that. There's your wrists, chicken tender daddy, and a twisting motion. That should keep you covered for the next couple weeks. You had a Canadian girlfriend in high school? Does anyone believe you? I mean, she also went to my high school. I don't think anyone asked. It wasn't like I had a Canadian girlfriend at a different, like, that lived in Canada. Should have lawsued and retired. It was my buddy's place. I wasn't gonna sue him. This is where you got your initial bag for investing? No, I never sued him. He covered like the surgery costs and shit, so we were cool. What point do you think we'll see some VUP next week? Tuesday, Wednesday? Were you on Degrassi? No. She didn't go to another school. She went to my school. It's ridiculous. Who gives a shit? Interesting, Victor. Can you DM me that? Give me a pickup line for a woman named Cass. Nice Cass. I don't know. Fucking who's named Cass? Is it like Cassidy or Cassandra? You still roll? No. There's a lot of options repositioning for 722. I know. It's super weird that the market is going up during a bear market, during SLD, and on options expiration day. Still playing EPAM? Yep. Every time it goes below 300, I buy more of it. Anyone old enough to get a Mama Cass joke? Probably not. We're going to talk about choking on ham sandwiches. So selling CCs into strength just out of the money with the plan to close them out on the potential dip next week could be a logical play. Possibly, yeah. We'll see how it goes. What's the most reliable short, long-term MA time ranges for a Golden Cross? Daily, 200 to 250. Golden crosses on other time frames are kind of bullshit, but crosses on other time frames are super bullshit. What level of data would we see MIC codes? I assume it isn't available to retail. It might be. You know, I'd have to look into it. Can you DM me GFOUNT so I remember? It'd be expensive. But you can actually get, like, retail can get their hands on some pretty good order book data. I think, I think Refinitiv has it. Does it look like we might have any downside for the rest of the day? The downside seems pretty strong right now. We're mostly waiting to see, like, what's gonna roll out, what's gonna, you know, like, what in the money stuff is gonna reposition, and what out of the money stuff is gonna sell off. Did you go over the dynamics that caused Coke to drop so much the last few days? I mean, it looked like somebody just dumped 100,000 shares. Like, it wasn't like, I don't think anything crazy happened. It just looked like like someone sold. It wasn't even 100,000 shares. The sell-off was 3, 6. Six. The whole sell-off was like 18,000 shares. So roughly $9 million worth. Can I borrow 20K? For what? If I hold Jimmy on the record day, Monday 18th, sell Tuesday at open, buy back on Thursday before close, will I get the dividends? You'll get the dividends from the ones you bought on Thursday. If your car was hit by another car, a fault wants to pay you cash for repairs, but doesn't want to repair. You don't want to repair, you want the money, but the other driver refuses to pay you directly because they want to pay a shop. What do? File an insurance claim? The insurance company will pay you directly, and you can choose your own shop. You'll have to get estimates. KO is $4 away from its all-time high. What are people worried about? They're not talking about KO. They're talking about Coke. Different. Same, but different. You think it's better to average down calls that are in the red, 220 August 19, or buy new calls closer to the money? That depends on if you want more leverage. With more leverage, there's more risk. You think we get a summer rally or not? Cat, AMD, Apple, etc. I mean, I think we'll get, you know, a move up in the market. I don't know if we're going to get a summer rally. Yeah, no problem, G-Fount. I might be able to find a source for it, but it's definitely not going to be cheap. I get dividends on those I bought on Thursday? How if Monday is the record day? I don't really understand and will appreciate if you can explain. You'll only get the dividend for shares held by the due bill date. So when the broker distributes dividends, they will distribute dividends to shares held after the split. Not after the date of record, after the actual split occurs. If you sell your shares after the date of record, you will sell the dividend along with them. And you'll have a due bill from the ones you sold if your broker accidentally gives you too many dividend shares. Don't celebrate. You'll get a bill that you owe those shares. Should be automatic, though. Yep. The date of record isn't a snapshot. I mean, it is for GameStop's books, but that's it. It has nothing to do with you. It's not a cash dividend. This is where the confusion comes, and it comes on the professional side too, with share dividends because they're pretty rare. But yeah, they carry both aspects of a standard stock split and a cash dividend, but it's only in the accounting. As far as you're concerned, it's a standard split. It'll split on the day it splits, and you'll receive your split shares sometime around that day. There's accounting stuff on the other side of it, but it has absolutely fuck all to do with you. That's my opinion and not financial advice, but I've been diamond handing AMC for almost 2 years and decided no better time to get it on Jimmy too, right before the split. All right, I was confused. Didn't know there was a KO and a Coke. Yeah, one's the bottling like arm, and the other one makes the soda. 21.25 an hour Amazon shift work, not bad way to get you some money to invest. Night shift and weekend shift bonuses too. It is as of 7/18, but distributed 7/22, and you have to hold the whole time. Yep. You have to hold after too if you haven't received them yet. You can't sell anything to the effect till the effective date. And if you sell them before, like if the effective date occurs and you sell them before you've received your dividend, it can delay you receiving the dividend. Why is it so hard for people to understand? They have to hold until they have 4 times shares. That's all they need to know. Dude, people don't even understand how the split works. They think they're getting like 3 free GameStop shares and the price of the underlying isn't going to change. That's still something people think. I understand it's confusing, and only really because GameStop decided to do a stock dividend split instead of a standard split. But every entity in the market is treating it as a standard split. The OCC fucking split it like it was a standard split. They're gonna split the chain the normal way, which is weird. Actually, they shouldn't. There should be 2 chains. They should force hedges to reposition. But all the brokers are going to be distributing the dividend as if it were a standard split. I'm gonna buy 100 shares and sell them back 10 different times on the 18th. And then I get 3,000 free shares. Wicked smart. What are the reasons from what you know that we could see a NOPEX instead of an OPEX? Okay, so here's the problem. Generally, let me move this somewhere so it's not my way. So usually OPEX is a combination of two things. We have market maker buying, and we have obligation settlement from ETFs. Okay, so the reason we have market maker buying is because we go into OPEXs with negative delta, right? Which then needs to be, balanced back to neutral. In order to do that, the market maker has to buy shares. So all these options are expiring with negative delta, right? And then this forces the market maker to buy shares to achieve neutral. That, combined with the obligations from ETFs, gives us rapid upwards price acceleration. Okay? This time around, the market maker is neutral. Actually, slightly positively hedged, right? So, meaning that when these options expire, the market maker will need to sell shares to achieve neutral. Which means for this OPEX, because, we have the market maker exposure here, and this is the expiration, that the market maker will be selling into ETF purchasing. That's what we don't like about it. Now, don't get me wrong, once the market maker achieves neutral, if FOMO is still carrying on, then the hedge can move positive again, and they will start buying shares to hedge the upside. So we could still, snap out of that. But so the bump is softer? Yeah, potentially. A lot softer, right? Because you have, they're opposite forces. So say that creates some, consolidation essentially, right? Because you'll have, ETFs buying, market maker selling, ETFs buying, market maker selling, ETFs buying, market maker selling, so on. If the ETF buying continues, right, beyond the market maker achieving neutral. So say the market maker achieves neutral here. They're delta neutral. And the ETF buying continues, that can start to drive the price up, right? And then the MM will be buying to hedge the upside. So, after the market maker achieves neutral, it will then move over. If the ETF continues to buy, it will move over to the buy side and help drive upward price action. I hope that makes sense. It can offset some of the obligation of that, yeah, right? Because, it's just going to act counter to it, right? Sorry, one second, my mouse died. So you know, even if the XRT has double the obligations, there's still an MM selling into those obligations initially. Which means volatility, like we see with, you know, like MMFTDs, it's a very similar situation. Because with MMFTDs, you have long and short FTDs, right? And so they create a lot of volatility, but they don't really create price improvement because, you know, they're mostly evenly weighted and netted out against each other. And this is kind of a similar situation because there's a long pressure and a short pressure. If the long pressure, like any consolidation period, if the long pressure exceeds the short pressure, then you move up. This is why ETF FTDs have a bigger effect on the stock because they are like basically like 100% net short, and so they create just buy pressure. Versus MMFTDs that are kind of a mixed bag, right? What's up, guys? Stream card, fluffy upset, pigeon teeth. I figured the pigeon teeth made it. I figured the Cankick June OPEX would collide with July OPEX, causing a perfect storm, except for the positive hedge that we've picked up this week. That's why me and JFresh fucking did not like the positive delta hedge going into this week. It's not beneficial to us running hard. Don't get me wrong, in the past, you know, his data doesn't go back this far, but there are times in the past where we have run like up into OPEX, but the only time we did was in January. November and January. I think both of these we were carrying a positive hedge into the OPEX run. But, you know, lots of FOMO here. This one was a little weirder. But we didn't run very hard, right? We like ran a little bit and then got rug pulled. It's not no, it doesn't kill it, but people need to know what's happening, right? So it's not that we think OPEX is necessarily dead. We do think there's obligations due, but those obligations have to outweigh the market maker's sell-off. Morning, Gurk, and all you pickles out there. Okay, let me clip that real quick so I can share it over the weekend. Oh, the clipping function on YouTube is such dog shit. All right. La FOMO Monday. MM will still need to go. If there's a lot of FOMO Monday, will the MM still need to go neutral? Not necessarily, right? Also, if a lot of the calls from today roll forward and that positive delta remains on the chain, then, you know, the MM's just going to continue to hedge the upside, right? All right, so I clipped that. Cool. No one said no packs either. We still have obligation, and this was what happened in June and Feb. You know, there is no packs, right? Because if these are deferred, so if these are deferred, what happens is retail buys, right? Then the MM hedges. So we move up, right? But then the following week, there's no obligations being covered, right? Because they got deferred out. So the week passes and then the MM deleverages, right? And this is sort of, you know, what happened in Fab. And so it's kind of retail pumping and dumping because, you know, no obligations were covered. That's what happened this week, right? As we saw retail start FOMOing last week. FOMO started last week. We start rising up with the positive delta pressure from calls being bought, right? And then we hit this week, you know, and positive pressure continues. But as soon as long calls capitulate, we fall off, right? And now they're repositioning. Twitter and several Finbro YouTubers tell me that you lie, and MOASS is literally 4 days away. We're in the end of times. Repent. Fuck off, Gaff. You keeping your cat calls open over the weekend? Yeah. Just draw a big star on the screen right after a clip-worthy rant so a minion can go back and see it while scrolling through the video and then clip them all. If you do not have to buy, would you buy now or next week? I'd probably like just DCA like I'm doing. Some now, some later. Well, he can't, right? He needs 10 days. Roberto. I don't know what that means, Woodlarf. No, today's not the last day you would have seen a share recall if there was a share recall. Just like all the other holders of the stock, they have no one gives a shit about the ex-dividend date. It's meaningless. Can I get a shout out? Sure, Roger Rabbit. I'm a mod. Okay, you're not a mod because you put a tiny wrench next to your name. We've established this in the past. I mean, he can't now, but would it have been better if he had done it prior to the OPEX run? He did do it prior to the OPEX run. He did it within exactly 10 days of the OPEX run. If he'd timed it later, the split would have happened after OPEX. He wants to try to split during OPEX, probably, because he thinks the price of the stock will run up before the split. And then some of his C-suite can dump some of their shares maybe soon. Or their dividend shares. Wasp Beer 112, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. What's your macro market outlook for next week? I think the market will start to recover into the early part of next week. We have something next week. I can't remember what it was that was big. Yeah, next week the only like real economic data we have coming in, like big shit, is the bill auctions on Monday could be kind of interesting, but the housing starts and building permits, and existing home sales. So those will be like the big, and those will be over by what, Wednesday morning. On CLVR, do you think we'll be looking at a run next week with new marijuana decriminalization being introduced to the Senate? Ran hard with the House voting on a different bill way back. I think it ran hard on the House voting on the same bill way back. But yeah, it could. You think DFV is selling cover calls? It wouldn't make sense for him not to. Do you think MMs are hedging appropriately to avoid risks with the split? Possibly, yeah. I mean, the MMs are hedging appropriately when we have negative delta going into most OPEXs, right? Because there's massive put positions in place. Do you think RC is worried about C-suite sticking around if the stock doesn't hit their insider prices? Probably. I mean, they also haven't gotten paid because they're compensated in stock, which has a vesting period. So if they receive a dividend, they can sell some and receive some income. If I go to a GameStop store on Monday, will I get a dividend? Oh, Jesus. Yeah. How would you pronounce the names? Effie? Sorsha? I don't know how to pronounce the last one. I know they're Irish, but I can't remember the last one. They most likely all sell CCs because selling stock just hurts the other stock they own. Yeah. Everyone sells covered calls. They're the best. The options split regardless of the purchase date. Yeah, just like shares. Jesus Christ. What's your outlook on the SPY for the rest of the day? For the rest of today? I have no idea. It's just chopping, right? There's really not enough like interest up here to drive prices further. But you know, most of the like short positions closed out yesterday. So, you know, it's kind of just a barren wasteland as far as like call and put interest are considered right now. So, you know, it'll probably chop like within this like this channel unless there's a sell-off into close, which is possible. But it'll probably stay in this range for the rest of the day until like some call interest and stuff picks up and people reposition. So remember like all those tests in this range that we had before we dropped hard? You know, that was like longs getting out, right? And flipping short, and then we dropped super hard, and then the shorts got out, right? Which causes the price to go back up. But there's not a lot of longs yet because the longs just got out, and so it's kind of stabilizing in this range. The option split regardless of the purchase date. I went over that. It's the possibility for OPEX to be kicked out again. We don't think so. I mean, we don't think they can kick it without the holiday. Isn't there something at the shareholders meeting that prohibits insiders from playing options on GME? Yeah, they have an anti-hedging clause. DFE is not an insider, though. The House bill was the MORE Act. The Senate bill is the Cannabis Administration Opportunity Act. Pretty sure it's not the same bill. Interesting. So there's two bills going to the Senate for cannabis legalization? Well, one's for decriminalization, right? The MORE Act is. So you're not getting a larger OPEX position, or are you waiting till next week? I have like 67 calls ish. I have quite a few. I mean, I'm gonna buy more, but I don't care. I don't care. Like if the price moves up, I'll just buy them as it's moving up, right? I don't have to position the same way as you. I don't know how to say that in a nice way that doesn't sound like I'm not talking down, but I'm not. It's, you know, we're managing totally different positions. If GameStop runs $25, I can still buy in the money fucking calls. Did I get on your bad list? I don't think so. I thought cannabis was already legal in the US at a state level in some states, Ryan. But not everywhere. It's not federally legal. Rich shill. I mean, there's no way for me to say that nicely or in a way that doesn't sound condescending. I don't mean it in a condescending way. It's just that it's a like trying to base your position off of my position means that A, you're not confident in the thesis that we will run next week. So, you know, B, you don't know how to build an options position or manage one. C, you assume that we're managing the same amount of capital, which we're not, right? I don't know how much money you have. You don't know how much money I have. Yeah, that's good enough. So, you know, it's, which shows a, D, it shows a serious lack of aptitude in trading options, and you should probably paper trade or invest in mutual funds or something like that until you learn to do it better. It's not something you just like pick up and gamble. If you want to make money, if you really, really want to make money, you don't just pick it up and fucking gamble. You can get to a point where you can gamble a little bit and have fun once you've learned to make money. The pickle jar easily forgets that Gurk has more capital than almost everyone here. His position should be divided by 10, 20. My position is like yours, but smaller and more bullish. So July OPEX may not materialize next week. We don't know. What about June OPEXs though? It's the same effect, Michael. If you paid attention to what I said earlier, we have two sets of pressure. We have market makers possibly deleveraging, right? While we have ETFs buying, which the effect of which will negate each other, right? One is positive, one is negative. So you end up with neutral pressure. Now, if one side or the other cracks, we will move in that direction. So, you know, if the market maker is fully deleveraged and ETFs are still buying, we'll start moving up. If the market maker hasn't deleveraged and the ETFs have finished buying, then we'll move down. Knowing exactly how much, I mean, like, theoretically, we have two obligation periods due at once. So the ETF should have to do quite a lot of buying, right? And hopefully that will be more than the market maker sell off. I'm not mad. Yeah, Cyrex is right. I'm concerned. You can potentially lose lots of money. Correction, we do know how much money you have. We were at Kirk's boiler room meeting. I haven't seen Moonwind for quite a while. Do you miss him? He's probably in here. He was in here like 2 days ago. No. The answer is not really. Seriously, guys, just play the monthly OPEX each month, in and out with sensible positions. Some will hit, some won't. Overall, it should work out over time. Someone swoop in and give Roger Rabbit a quick 5-minute timeout. Striking me like, we'll see. Pretty sure Robert Drew Rabbit is Jamie G. One of them. Probably someone I've banned before. You think we're hearing major partnerships being added to the marketplace next week? No. Even if Girk was secretly bullish, he would want us all to appreciate the very real circumstances underlying the situation purely for risk management, because that's just good trading. Yeah. There really isn't any like you guys gotta drop this like bullish bearish bullshit. There is your position. That's it. Who gives a fuck if the stock's going up into it or down? It doesn't matter. Or you guys think RC decided to split? We know he doesn't care about a squeeze. Is it to attract institutions? No, I don't think so. It's not gonna, like, it might attract some, but probably not a lot. Like, there's no institutions buying GameStop at 140. There's not going to be any GameStop, anybody buying 1/4 the amount of GameStop at, you know, fucking, what are we going to split down to right now? 35? Did everyone forget about the horrible CPI data like 2 days ago? Irrational? I mean, increased inflation causes increased equity pricing. That's, I mean, it's irrational, sure, but everyone's very bullish on a pullback of, you know, the rate increases in September. You should just probably play some of the old streams on the week leading into OPEX. You can take a week vacation every quarter. Fucking seriously. What calls did you buy today for OPEX? I bought some more 950s. That's about it. Your own Discord is currently fudding about when the split X date cutoff for receiving shares is. Oh, fucking Christ. Okay, we get you're rich, but what if hypothetically my options were unhedged calls on Luna 2.0 and PayPal? Like double downtime? What does Pickled Money Bags think? Wait, are you fucking serious? You're selling naked calls on PayPal? I sent a super chat earlier. Completely missed the first 3.5 hours doing a mess at home. Was just curious on any knowledge from overnight this morning. Nothing's really changed. We're starting to see some positioning further out, which is good. So if we continue to see that when the OI for today updates, a little more confidence for next week. Thoughts on BBY? Because like we don't want to see the positive hedge dropped, right? If we're gonna see the positive hedge dropped into next week, that's not bullish, right? It's either neutral or slightly bearish, depending on how hard it's dropped. So we want to see these like in the money positions moving out. We want to see more calls on the chain at further dates in order to sustain the positive hedge. Because then if the ETFs are buying their obligations into a sustained positive hedge, we're just going to move up. Why is it the week before OPEX always happens in slow mode? Anticipation. Do you think over the weekend theta costs are worth it? Or do you think it's more prudent to wait till next week, Monday, weighing any pre-post market movement? I don't know how much pre-market movement we'll see. I don't think we'll see anything crazy, but that's really unpredictable, right? Am I just wrong to say it? If you've been wanting a stock split or dividend on Jimmy for a year, this is it. Your chance to play that aspect of RC's plan. Okay, yeah. Got stopped at a cat early this morning. Weird. Okay. Thought about chasing at 171.50 because still a good entry, but decided against it. Gonna keep my cash wheel a bit. Look forward to selling Jimmy CC soon. 25k port around the corner. Fuck yeah, Jimbo Slice. Thank you. Yep, there's always just income to be made, right? Like a regular job. I'm full porting end of day. Okay. Congratulations. See what I'm doing is I'm trying to warn people about the downside, right? I'm not trying to tell you not to be bullish or don't, have bullish expectations, but I'm reinforcing that there is real risk. And I know people don't like that when they're all caught up with, FOMO. But someone's got to do it, right? And if that makes me the fucking bad guy, it's still worth it. Because enough people have gotten burned enough times that you need to know where the risk lies. We've been streaming for so long at this point, we barely know you. Do you know any more languages apart from Persian, Italian, and English? Jesus Christ. This split is psychological. I said it before and I'll say it again. Ferraris are food stamps. All my homies hate shorts. Yeah, I don't care, DC Varix. Stop advertising it. Watching a criminal and an idiot trade stocks against each other is not something I'm interested in. What's this income you speak of? Oh, Grim to you. Meant to thank you. Made about 25% on T-Doc last week. Still learning how to properly manage positions, but getting better. Nice, Nexus. When will you learn that communicating caution and risk management turns you into a witch that must be burned at the stake? Never. I mean, I don't care if it makes me a witch, right? Everyone's always on the precipice of thinking like we've won, we've beat them, because they don't really understand the extent of their power. Right? Like these guys got the fucking OCC to change how volatility positions are hedged so they don't have to hedge as much on OPEX runs. It's a generalization gaff. SPY 381p, July 22 thoughts. I don't like it. It could print briefly, but I don't like it. I'd be pretty bullish on the SPY moving into next week. Ban Gaff and JFresh. No. Who the fuck is no one important for real? Ugh. I banned you from Raid Shadow Legends. Correct. You're gonna ruin his day. Why would you do something so mean? Penionaire, do you think it's unlikely we see any share recalls next week before the split? We don't know. It's possible that we see ETFs recall, but you know, ETFs have a mechanism built in that can push out that recall, right? They can balance, fail, and push out the obligations for a quarter, which would put us into like September quad witching. They don't have to do that. Don't get me wrong. Like, the ETF doesn't have to let them fail, but they're incentivized to. Since no one knows when MOASS will happen, I do. And if the DD is right, then buy and hold is still the play. Why play options on GME when you could just add shares and play options elsewhere? Why not? Why not play options on the stock that has the most research done on it? That's ridiculous. It's like, here, take these like highly probable options, fuck them, and go gamble in the market. Win MOASS? Never. Fucking stupid. I have 200. How can I become rich? I don't know. Get yourself a cute outfit by Polar Bear. I know when MOASS will be in my dreams tonight. Why does super stalkers still come in here? I'm excommunicated. It's like being a strict Catholic and hanging out in the satanic temple. Fuck off. I've done everything in my power to get you people to stop watching me. More importantly, to stop asking me questions based on your stupid fucking belief system. They might convince you to find God, though. This is their ordained mission. They just stand outside chanting DRS your shares. Are we seeing the same timeline of BBBY from early 2021 GME? Would RC double down just confirm it at that point? Yeah. Cost of borrow continuing to rise. And RC double down on BBBY would be epic as fuck. You know, he did it on GameStop. You can assume it's part of his strategy, but who knows when he'll do it. You know, he bought GameStop in August. He doubled down in December. It's a pretty big gap there, right? Also, GameStop wasn't going out of business, so there's a bit of a difference there. BBBY is not in such a great position, and you know the economy is not what it was in 2021, or what it thought it was, at least. So they kicked out all the DD writers. There's nothing left for them there. Buy, hold, also do all the other things that help you make money on your investment. Don't just sit on your hands. Yeah. We finally hit 20K, yay, and it's gone. Huh. I leveraged 10,000 with insane interest in a shot in the dark play and have 30K stocks. Congratulations. Super Stalker here. How much stock would a Super Stalker stock if a Super Stalker could stock 1 to 2 shares at a cost basis of $285? If you were RC, would you add to GME your GME position post split? Probably not, unless it affected my ownership percentage. Him adding shares in March was good, right? Because after the share release, you know, and GameStop's very cheap price at the time, he could have been at risk for another entity to come in and try to buy him out, or you know, uh, attempt a hostile takeover. So the point at which he bought was very wise. It increased his ownership percentage back up to near where it was pre-dilution, while also, you know, helping increase the price of the underlying. I checked it out today. It really is one purple circle after another. Yeah. There was a time that was considered forum sliding, but the people voted against it. They wanted to see the purple circles. God hates shills. Lock them up. RC will set us free. CNS. Hands off my DRS. What private jet are you getting when we sell our shares for $1 million each? Mr. Kofi. Oh. Sorry. Got the hardcover version of the Amazon Rainforest you recommended. I'm one step closer to deciphering what it is you're talking about for the last year. Plus, favorite pickle, kiss, hug. Thank you. Thanks, I would like to speak to the Dan in charge. Evil Super Stalker. I like lurking everywhere, like a Catholic enjoying a nice Mormon soak. Still like your streams. Been learning a lot. Thanks, Evil Super Stalker. Cup and handle forming. Oh Jesus. Fucking Christ. USEA is up 200% today. Do you believe similar episodes likely with Jimmy like it was in January 21? What does this have to do with Jimmy? The stock has only been trading for like a few days, right? Is there something I'm missing here? No. I think I'm going to enter the calls Monday afternoon, not feeling they're going to cover Monday at all unless we touch 134 again. Call buying Monday and Tuesday. I might wait for next week. I don't know. We'll see. I may pick up some more 150s today. Pennant. Pendant, not pendant. Why the fuck are BBBY August Jan calls IV so high? Is it always like this? Yeah, they're usually pretty high. It's up a little bit today. You said higher port, higher risk tolerance. How much do you tend to YOLO into day trading or swing? It depends on the position. I mean, like if I'm day trading, it's usually like 10% of the total portfolio per position with a 2% risk. With price action as it stands, how are you approaching OPEX next week? I feel like we have lower targets to hit before ups. Are there any somewhat low risk options to cover potential upside exposure? I feel like we're having lower targets to hit before ups. Is there any somewhat low risk options to cover potential? Yeah, I bought far out of the money calls that are less delta sensitive. So you're less affected by short-term price volatility, but still have exposure to sporadic upside. I also have some 150s just in case, which I really should buy some more of right now because they're cheap. Super important confirmation. Font cord. Nice. So 8Ball says MOASS likely, most likely. As I see it, yes. Nice. Excellent, turd. And it's me on the surface volatility. Is this Vana by strike? Nice. I should get a surface volatility outfit. What price did you get for your August 19 150s for 3? They haven't filled yet. Hmm. It's interesting. Someone bought a bunch of that. Hmm. Interesting. Hold on. It was kind of a... Hey, OG, are you around? Did you see a big order come in for August 19 $6 calls on BBBY? Not recently? Okay. Hmm. Curious. Buying on Monday or Tuesday is still safe for a dividend? Yeah, why not? What happens to the FTDs after a split? Nothing? I mean, they split. You have 4 more of them. Well, 3 more of them for every one you had before. But at 1/4 the price. No, it wasn't. It wasn't for 15 calls. I feel like it's a mistake. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait for the update and refresh it and see if it changes. What price would you consider 150 is a good value? I have an order in right now for 12. Which I think might have filled. Did that fill? Was that really the last ask? No. What the fuck was that? Up 20 by contract. Yeah, that's on active trader. It was showing 10,000 calls. Okay, never mind. It's not there anymore. Huh. Yeah, because I don't see them anywhere else. What do you use to see Vega? It's just listed in your Greeks with your contracts. What happens to my BTC options when Jimmy splits? I get 4 for 1 or what? No, Gaff, you won't. Company stockholders of record at close of business on July 18th, 2022 receive a dividend of 3 additional shares. Yes, I'm well aware of what it says. I've read the notice. I'm telling you how the market is going to handle it. in the world you're discussing, right, which doesn't exist, RC Dentures, nobody would trade the stock between Monday and the effective date. So they would just halt stocks in the period in between. And then anybody with options who carried them through would be able to exercise them for 400 shares after the split date. You see how that works? You see the logic there? I know. That's a lot of people are quoting that, and that's why it's nothing against you, man. But the confusion is unbelievable. 10,000 calls and all you need is a knife. Isn't that ironic? So you can buy Jimmy all day Monday, pre-market Tuesday, and get the split dividend. No, you can buy Jimmy all the way until it splits and get the split dividend. A lot of people are saying that you won't receive the dividend if you're buying after the 18th, which is horseshit. First, they started with the bullshit about, like, you know, you're not going to get your dividend unless you're DRS'd. And now they're pushing the you're not going to get the dividend if you buy next week. Some of them still think they can sell their shares and still get the dividend. It's a shit show because people don't want to just divide shit by 4. Little known fact, you can actually buy the stock after the split dividend date and still receive the dividend. The trick is to buy 4 times as many shares. AMD, ADC, 0 DTE, and 7 DTE. Volume is just insane. People really betting on Microsoft and Nvidia earnings next week and CHIP Act discussion over the next week. It's possible, yeah. How is it a dividend, though? I'm not getting anything from it. The value is the same. It's not really. It's still a stock split. It has some of the accounting effects of a dividend, but it is still a stock split. And the way it's accounted does not affect you. It'd be the same as far as you're concerned, especially after the OCC memo. It's just a forward split. Now, for the ETFs that may have overlent their shares, that's another story. But for you, it doesn't matter. It's just a stock split. They're telling everyone to switch their account to reinvest. Yeah, you don't have to do that either. Fidelity and TDA have definitely already come out and said that you don't have to switch to drip. In case brokers crime. Jesus Christ. I'm an accountant, and every time he says you say accounting, it gives me a half job. Accounting. Been in meetings all day. What do you think of? I didn't know librarians had meetings. Don't you guys just like sort the books and tell people to be quiet? What sort of meetings? I'm really curious what kind of meetings librarians have. How's GME moving today? Doing what you expected? Well, it's doing things I expected. After the morning volatility, you know, we've stabilized and now we're trading flat. The question here really is it going to do the things I hope, which is that people buy further dated positions to support the current positive delta? Because on a Mr. Poopy Pants, when you own a stock that splits, you retain the capital gains of the original share, right? So that's one of the many ways it doesn't affect you. Because it's still, you know, as far as taxes are concerned, it's still considered as a stock split, just a standard split. If you purchase a stock on its ex-dividend date or after, you will not receive the next dividend payment. Instead, the seller gets the dividend. No, the seller gets a due bill, and they owe you the dividend. So here's what happens if you really want to get into the fucking inner workings of it. After the 18th, okay, if you sell a share, or anybody sells a share, let's change this to anybody. That share will come with a due bill for the seller for the 3-share dividend. So not only will you be selling your share, but you'll be selling the dividend as well, attached to that share. The buyer of that will receive the due bill and the 1 share. Those due bills will be settled after the effective date. So nothing happens. Ideally, what calls would one buy to maintain the positive hedge? It doesn't. I mean, that's not really that important, and you definitely can't do it on your own. It'll just see where the market takes it. I love how you have a serious discussion with someone named Mr. Poopy Pants. I'm surprised people in here asking such silly questions were able to navigate the internet well enough to find us here. So your financial advice is for everyone here to buy a few 819s to ensure MOASS next week. Can't wait to sell SS. I don't care what people do. Buy calls, don't buy calls. I'll make money either way. I'm surprised. Ideally, what calls would one buy to maintain the hedge? When will you know if further positions have been bought to support Delta? And the OI update before market open on Monday. It amazes me how seemingly smart and not smart investors think they figured out a glitch to get free shares in the system that is designed to defeat them. Yeah, this isn't the first stock dividend that's ever occurred. So it's like a share with a backpack. Yeah, you can think of it that way. Buy two bills next week. Got it. It's just, it doesn't mean anything. Will there likely be a lot of FTDs from the shorting that happens next week? Any short sold after the 18th would then owe 3 more shares? No. Those shares sold short next week after the effective, or after the ex-dividend date, will also come attached with a due bill. You missed Dan Almighty's Ko-Fi shill. Ugh. I have a very exciting announcement to make. Philadelphia wife is pregnant, yet we have yet to determine whether the child is a danling or a gherkling. But either way, the child will be raised as a Dan. Also, totally unrelated quest, but will you manage my portfolio for me? So, I'm going to answer your request first. No. The child is mine. Raise him however you see fit. Congratulations. We never found out about the librarian meetings. Please, I can't go on my day without knowing. So there'll likely be a lot of FTDs from the shorting that happens next week. No. Okay, covered that. Let's say a split is happening in a vacuum. Are we just hoping for FOMO? Otherwise, why give a fuck? No, not just FOMO. I mean, yeah, okay, if it's happening in a vacuum outside of the other market mechanics that affect the price of GameStop, then yeah, it would just be FOMO. And otherwise, it doesn't matter, right? That's like you give me $1 and I give you 4 quarters, and that's all that happens, right? You still have $1. I have $1. That's all a stock split is. I mean, it's really fucking simple. It's just, I think people are reading into it too much because it's a dividend, and the effect of that is more obscure, right? That creates issues with like derivative contracts, which, you know, they'll just price in the dividend and the additional leverage into the risk. It presents issues for ETFs that have pro rata agreements with their own shareholders. But it doesn't present any issues for you, the shareholder. Please call me Tim. My dad's Mr. Poopy Pants. I'm sorry, DJ Lamb. In an ideal world, librarians meet about what glasses give the smoldering but sexy look, shushing methods, and new ways to recoup costs via predatory payday loan style book fees. I like the shushing methods. Tell everyone to buy Delta calls between 0.1 and 0.4, 60 days out at a minimum. If you've been watching for a week, they would know that this has been your strategy for a while. Yeah, it's always worked, even when I've had to roll them forward. Sorry I'm so far behind in chat, guys, but due to the beneficence of the pigeon whales and everybody now being a member, my restrictions on the time period in which people can chat have fallen to the wayside. What's the first thing you will buy once you're a billionaire, besides YOLOing into Brokerage shares? Just other stocks? Like, if you told me you were going to give me $1 billion tomorrow, I don't think anything about my life would change. They're splitting the stock and everyone is excited. I know. Just gave my old car to my cousin. I was gonna sell it to buy more GME, but her and her kids' dad broke up and she moved back to Illinois from Colorado. So we should be going up now. That's how that works. Higher chance of Jimmy on Reg Show post split. No? Jimmy will trade more volume. Fails will clear more easily through CNS. Less likely to go on Reg Show post split. Except now you can sell covered calls on 4 quarters. That's true. Yeah. Internal accounting practice? Probably, you know, the best explanation I've heard has been from GAF so far on why do a share dividend. And they have a C-suite of executives that have not been paid in a year and have currently underwater shareholdings. And the dividend will give them an opportunity to sell some of their shares and make a salary. Otherwise, they might leave. And maybe he fired Recupero because fuck that guy. Right? Before the split. Fiscal stupidity. Thank you so much for the 10 memberships, man. I appreciate it. Twice. Guys, big shout out to fiscal stupidity for further doing that. Thank you so much, man. It's honestly ridiculous how long it takes you to get into my pointless troll comments. Why am I even skipping the second half of my workday at this point? I don't know, because you don't have a lot to do. What is your knowledge on holding period on a holding period on the dividend? What? The holding period will be same as the whatever the holding period was for the fucking share that got split. I remember one of your daily DDs, you said it's the single biggest catalyst we've had for MOASS, and yet now you're brushing it off like it's not important. What's changed? I don't think it's going to catalyze anything. I think they're going to keep doing what they do. If anything, we'll get a run afterwards, but people need to fucking wait for it, and I think people will sell. Because people are greedy and dumb. But we'll see. I'm not brushing it off though. I'm just reserved. I have no need to be needlessly bullish or exuberant. It doesn't matter. I'm gonna have a bunch of shares. I'll sell covered calls on them. Ultimately, my plan doesn't fucking change, right? Let's pretend there's no split next week. Would this price action be terrible for an OPEX? Now with the split coming, are we expecting a sell-off? Let's pretend there's no split next week. Would the price action be terrible for an OPEX? It wouldn't be ideal if there was no split because of the positive hedge. But that would mean that RC's first and foremost concern isn't making a bunch of ignoramuses into millionaires. Probably. When polls, I'm only here for polls. So the main fear of a rug pull is due to the weeklies that could sell off today, partially. So if they don't rug pull us today, it's time to go full bear. Full bull either at the very end of the day or Monday morning, right? Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm looking at. I mean, probably more likely Monday for me because I'll want to see how much of the hedge was killed and if we're going to dip hard before any upward movement. Where's my free membership? I don't know, Chab. But wouldn't you expect the share price to go up as soon as people pile back in? So you could do some quick flips on GME immediately post split. Sure. I think we'll get FOMO after the split. I don't know how much selling we'll actually see. I think a lot of people will come in. I think most people are doing the diamond hand thing, you know. I'm not selling any shares. I get that you think it's not a catalyst, but don't feel the only way out is to but don't still feel the only way out is to run it so hard to create liquidity in the ETFs to generate shares. Either way we go up super hard. Either way we go up super hard eventually. And I think that's something that really needs to be clarified for people. And that'll also depend on the number of outstanding, you know, obligations, right? But like it would still like they can still write a forward contract, balance their NAV, allow it to fail. The whole cycle can play out, and then the running super hard can happen after 3 months, 2 months, well, 2.5 months of the stock trading at new all-time lows, right? I've officially YOLO'd into my OPEX position. I just got filled on my 150s, so that was cool. And also on the 180 contract I accidentally bought for Caterpillar. Will the bar rate change due to the split? No, well, maybe. It shouldn't, but maybe. I mean, it depends on if liquidity's freed up, right? I'm holding on to my 5. You're about to have 20, Gaff. Couldn't be a millionaire. The split will actually make compounding cover call gains for XXXXX holders easier, as it's a lower barrier to entry to the next 100 shares. Clearly, RC wants us to sell covered calls. I mean, that's what I'm doing, so I hope that's what he wants. Thank you, Draxix. Fiscal Stupidity, thank you again for donating even more Cornichon memberships. Guys, big shout out to Fiscal for hooking you up. Thank you so much, man. See you later, Derp. Any chance of doing another show with Houston? I really don't like collaborating with people. because then they say shit and like now I'm on the hook to explain it. And it's just, I don't want to be wrapped up in the fucking, I don't care about the drama or the viewer excitement. I tried it in the beginning. Eh. I will never sub. I'm here to mooch knowledge without paying a cent. Sounds like I need to start doing member only streams. So what you're saying is DFV will quadruple down on covered calls per split. I mean, he can. I'm sure he's not selling his entire position as at once as covered calls if he is still holding. How much is the average premium on one covered call? And how many weeks expiration do you give it? Right now, I only sell them like a week out because we're so volatile. But anywhere from like $2.50 to $5 times 100, obviously. So like $250 to $500 for weeklies. If you're selling further out, they're worth more. For us low shareholders, it would be best to cash out all shares during MOASS or hold shares for compounding dividends later in life. What would gain more? If MOASS, if a short squeeze occurred and you held on to your shares through the short squeeze, that's dumb. We must. Next week, will you collab with Warden? No. Hey, Shill, where's my free Pigeon Whale membership? I never promised that. How do fractional shares work with the split? Is it dependent on the broker or they simply split 4x as well? Yep. They'll just simply split 4x as well. They'll be held in a basket of stock that receives the dividend, and then that will be distributed equally in proportion to the dividend. Didn't you hold your shares through the run to 483? I didn't have that many. And I sold covered calls on them on the way down, right? But I also just was trading options and trying to get into my fucking brokerage accounts long enough to trade shit. So I was far more worried about my options, which were a significantly bigger chunk of my leverage than I was my shares. Why is the August chain so bare? It's a good question, isn't it? Why is no one buying calls on GME beyond a week out? Why are no institutions touching it? These are all curious, very curious questions. Probably because they're all waiting for the split. Supersonic shills Lauer so hard. Do they? Weren't they like trying to ban him and cast him out like a couple weeks ago? There are people who think they can use their shares as collateral for massive loans over the course of their lives with MOASS because the price will never come down. I'm not kidding. I'm aware. I know. Listen, a lot of mistakes were made on the run to 483, but I'm more irritated with how I handled the 2 runs to 350. I was pretty happy about my first run to 350. The second one, not so much. Cock Magic, thank you so much for the memberships, dude. I appreciate it. Guys, welcome to Cornishon. Give Cock Magic a shout out for hooking you up. Nobody knows how the split works, even institutions. I mean, the institutions know how it works. It's confusing because it's a dividend split and it affects so many different positions, but I don't really think it's, once you've got the information, it's not that complex. Even no more calls were bought. Couldn't we still see a run next week from June, July OPEX puts being shed? The June, July OPEX puts. The problem is there's no fucking puts right now. I mean, you mean the puts on XRT? Yeah, we'll see XRT buying, right? But we're also going to see the market make. I went over this earlier. I made a clip about it. I'll put it out over the weekend. I don't want to go into the whole explanation again. It was like 10 minutes. What price do you think the split will happen next week? 136? No idea. Whatever we're trading at, that's the price it'll happen at. Also, Gherk, no one is buying calls in the August chain yet because you haven't shown the Gherk bull yet. We all tell you. Thoughts on selling CCs this weekend for Theta? Too much risk? Yeah, that's a lot of risk. I'm not doing it. I mean, you can fucking do whatever you want, but every time I click on gift membership, it only says block report. You might be on like a whatchamacallit account. There's like some kind of account with YouTube where you can't, like a brand account, and you can't use, you can't receive them. BBY had 600k plus in FTDs today and probably more coming. Good. How do you know how many trades failed on BBBY today? Are you talking about from 35 days ago? It's kind of not, like, they're MMFTDs. It's not that relevant. I have an August call. Does that make me special? Sure. Does OPEX ever run in after hours or pre-market? Once the covering starts, we can move up pretty hard in pre-market, but generally it's just a lot more volume in pre-market, not necessarily like big moves. Critical levels to watch for end of day, 130, 135. Yeah. Drops, if we drop below 130 and 130, well, I hope we hold 135, frankly, because then those positions will have a chance to roll forward and maintain exposure, which would be very good moving into next week. Show me your entropy. Why? Thank you, Ben. Which entropy? Shannon? She's shy. Do we have found support here? Yeah, a little bit. Same support from earlier in the day. You know what I'm talking about. No, I don't. Oh, for the drop? I'll take a look. Not really. There's like a little bump right around the beginning of the run. 14.15. Like 2:15, which was right here. OG rules. Thank you so much for becoming a Zillionaire, dude. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream, man.
Happy birthday, Gurk.
Mike's Pickle. Thank you so much, man. Cheers. You plan to be out of all your OPEX calls with the ex-dividend date? I mean, that'll happen, depend on what happens before the ex-dividend date, right? How could I mean, if we run super hard and there's market maker exposure that's going to carry over, I would just hold, right? What's the latest you will hold calls? Yeah, I just kind of answered that. We'll see. Able to confirm OPEX obligated covering began Tuesday. Is you able? Oh, Jesus. Is this what we're doing now? Do I get to use my true Discord name now? No, don't. It's not a short ladder attack. Jesus Christ. GameStop has not had enough volume since last year to have a solid short ladder attack. March. It's a long ladder attack. I think it's some options sold off and the market maker deleveraged, and then some people went long again. I'll bring pierogi, schnitzel, and Polsky beers. I'm not having a MOASS house party. Is you able to tell me how much BBBY I need to get more GME shares from the split? Christ. Yeah, there's like maybe a small bump in creation going into this, but it's not a lot. At 1424 and 14, you know what? There was like a decent spike at 1416, which is about the same amount of time. Yeah, so right here. Yeah, so this we saw big creations. Maybe. I wonder if I can tell people when this is ending. Ooh, we can run. We can run pretty hard here, I think. At least for a few more bars. And rejection. That's it. Interesting. Oh, I like this. Wait, hold on. Doric. Where's Doric? Go to a lower time frame? No. Oh, a little more. Oh, we're gonna run some more. Looking good. Thank you very much for your streaming. It is only not improving my financial knowing as well as my knowing of English. Yeah, no problem, man. Cool. Why do you only want to tell Dork your fun news? Because it's between me and him. Ooh. Interesting. Hmm. Okay. So they stuffed it. They tried to stuff it. Are you Google calls for a post split run? Expected to dip on Monday? What the fuck? No. Fuck off. Google Assistant. Yeah, I haven't gotten into them yet, but I think I might right now. 2250. Okay. We're gonna run more. Maybe we run all the way. Ooh. I think we might do some big excitings here. Relatively speaking, we could run up to the same, roughly the same place we were earlier at around noon. Yeah, so like let's run to like 140 again. Sort of. Just touch it. Gonna explain yourself. What? No, I'm doing them. I'm reading the algorithms. Okay. Chill. Another little hiccup. And they kind of pushed hard back against this fucking whole day. I think Power Hour is going to be a little exciting. Maybe. Can I use Renko here? Would that be better? Okay, well, kind of exciting. Tippy tap it. Hold on. I'm fucking reading this shit and I'm not doing anything about it. Don't they need to recall all 20 million shares on loan next week? No. Can't understand why they wouldn't have to. Missing out on the divvy, not sure it's worth a 36% cost to borrow when recalls. Yeah, they can just pack that additional debt into the loan, right? You know, they can cover it over time. They don't need to cover it all at once. Hey, I'm right. Look at me go. And I got 0 DTs. Run it. Fucking test the upper trend line here, maybe? Ooh, 141? No. Greedy, right? We could, though. What were we trading at 1150? What were we trading at 1118? Yeah. It, for some reason, it's extremely correct. It looks wiki. It's still pushing. There's still room. It kind of just turned around right now. So it's gonna get hung up. Wait. You're sounding too bullish. Stop it. I think it's got a little more room to go. That's reversing kind of hard though, right? Yeah, a couple more candles. Definitely gonna stagnate right here. 1 hour DTs? You know it. Okay. It's pulling back. Oh, I need to get faster candles on this shit. Predictive? Ooh. Nope. Yes, more running. I know it doesn't look like it yet, but trust. Trust me, bro. But what direction? Oh, it's having like a whole little battle right now. Hold on. This is extremely fun. Okay, it looks like we're gonna move up because it just broke. It broke down. That's super weird. How does that work? Okay. I wanna see this too, right? So that's climbing. Oop, they're shorting. That means it's shorting, right? And now we bounce. I'm like 50% trying to read how this thing works. And the other 50% trying to figure out what it's telling me. Pushing lower again. This is really weird how that hangs up. I'm trying to look at this like entropy model and see how accurate it is on the short time frame. So it moves down. So it's the speed at which it moves that matters. It moves down hard. Okay, so if we see a bump and then it moves again, we get a reversal. Dude, everyone just bought 0 GTs. I bought 0 GTs. This is bullish as fuck. And now I'm gonna sell them. Why are people buying 0 GTs? Now it falls off hard, that was a fast move, and then a fast move means a turnaround, right? So No? Defeated? Shorted. Oh, they shorted it. Curious. So they're trying to get liquidity while not moving the price. It's really interesting. I'm trying to figure out a way to show this to you guys without like having to explain all kinds of shit. Okay, no, that did work. So it did start to bounce. I mean, how hard can it be to read a magic 8-ball? That's pretty difficult. Pi-Fi acknowledge me. What do you want? I'm not here to devote my attention to you, Darth Dan. Okay, so that is a reversal then. So I just need to look at this on a shorter time frame. So that's pulling up. And if it pulls up, we can move up. It doesn't need to pull up a lot though. Yeah. Oh, this is bullish as fuck, right? Well, if it curves back up, it is. You're watching entropy because the short hedge funds would be watching it for their entropy swaps. No, I'm watching it because they created a bunch of shares and then shorted the stock, and then it bounced back super hard. And now they're struggling to maintain. Well, it looks like they're struggling to maintain liquidity. They're trying to create liquidity in XRT while not moving GME's price, but they're failing. And so we're hitting like a resistance point, and then that liquidity should come back to GME in a second here. If I'm right about what I'm looking at. And the volume should also pick up. I don't know if I'm right about what I'm looking at. Why was going up bearish yesterday? Because it was all on the back of weekly calls. And when people close those, it makes the price drop. You're looking at dork stuff? Yeah. Oh, I am right about how to read this, I think. Is our volume going up on these? Oh, I can't see fucking volume on this stupid brokerage. It is. The volume did go up. This was higher. This is bullish as fuck. Nope, flattened out again. They're going to try to reject us again here, I think. This is way more compelling when, like... Oh? Yeah, this is struggling a bit. It's so weird because it, like... It picks up... It's hard to explain. And now we get acceleration? Hold on, hold on. Hard drop, right? Yeah, volume picks up. More volume. Should be more and more now. We've mastered the markets. Hard bump. Let's fucking go. Now they're doing a thing. My 138s are up. Fuck, they're fighting back so hard. Play the song, Kirk. Hold on, it's flattening out. Man, they're trying so hard to keep it from breaking out right now. It's kind of crazy. I don't know if I could explain what I'm seeing. Like, I'll take a screenshot and show, but like, it's not gonna, it's not really gonna tell you a lot. So that's what I'm looking at. Okay, now we're getting more acceleration again. Hold on. How the fuck do I get rid of this? Okay, but this time it's negative. Now negative volume picks up. Okay, so I'm gonna sell my 138s. Right? Okay. So it's the rate at which it moves, it's not directional, right? I can't tell if what we're seeing is them trying to prevent volatility or trying to prevent improvement in price. Okay, so now now it's like indicating it's turning back. It's kind of like really fast RSI where it'll like do that thing where it like draws a line and then it moves up, then it moves down, then it moves up. Like the little tail of the line will like point. It's essentially a velocity indicator. No, it doesn't really indicate velocity. It's like both XRT and GME are pulling at the same liquidity pool, right? Okay, we turned around. So back up. And it'll take a minute, but I think back up. They like push back against it. See, and then we see the green orders come in. Like, this isn't like a fucking Astro thing, right? Like, this is like what we're seeing is we're seeing XRT perform an action, then it affect GME. Stabilizing. Put volume, it started right when he started doing this. Yeah, it's heard. And now we move. Up again. I hope my stops don't trigger. Come on, where's the volume? $22.50. There it is. Oh. They're trying to stop it again. Buy back your calls. They're hedged. Hold on. No acceleration right now. Now we just got some acceleration. Yep, it's ticking up. Yeah, I think we'll move. We should move here. More volume in a second. I'm not sure if it's up or down though. It's just more volume in a second. Like the range isn't changing. We actually still have like kind of a ways to go for them to. This could keep going. I think it's gonna break out when Cenas closes. I think Turd. I think we're maybe like seeing them wash FTDs in CNS into like in XRT into CNS close. Oh fuck, I'm really moving. This could be very interesting. Okay, reversing. Link to the stream, mind a quick sum up? Wait, hold on. I think we're gonna accelerate again. Nope. Hold on. It moved down, so it's very twitchy. It moves like this. And so I'm trying to. So I think of it. Yeah. Accelerate. Like they have to let this go at some point, right? It's gotta move. Cause like it's getting bigger, so the weight of the buy pressure volume is exceeding their ability to stop the upward price movement. So imagine like a car driving into like a barrier, like they're kind of just spinning their tires, right? And like the barrier is gonna give at some point. Is like a good way to explain it. Or the short position. I mean, I guess the real way to say it would be like the short position is over, or their ability to stabilize it is overheating. Yeah. Yeah, it looks like the levee's about to break. There's not a lot of range on this, but it can move pretty hard. Like I think if we really get the volume coming in, we're gonna move hard, but there's not a lot of range on it. Shit, where'd it go? Okay, we're moving. Uh more. We're gonna get more here. It's not done. More. Stabilizing a little bit. Check out Pigeon Willie chat. You subscribing, ignoring bastard. I'm trying to do something, man. Down, up, down, left, right, AB, AB, start. No, there's still like more range total. Like we can move down another 0.222666, whatever the fuck that means. We're hitting resistance here. They're pulling back a little. They're trying to stop it again. And it's pushing back. So they're trying to like blow off. It looks like they're trying to like blow off enough steam to stop the upward movement. Okay, they stopped it. First, oh, hold on. Let this candle open up a little more, I think. Can I use regular candles on this? Would that work better? Oh, that works way better. Okay. Yeah. I'm trying to. Nope. We're pushing harder. And if we get volume, we should get a little volume here. Nope. They killed it. Well, we got volume. It's just the wrong fucking one. How the fuck do you read that directionally? I'm gonna sell my... There we go. It still doesn't look like this is down. Like they haven't pushed back the other way. Chicken tender daddy, that's just not appropriate. I think not only RC picked a great time for a split. He wants between 165, 185. He knows something we don't. Can you find something out at BlackRock mailroom? I'll do my best. Where's this liquidity coming from? Is this people selling calls? Okay, it's turning around, but there's no volume. So we're at like neutral right now. Now it's going short. And it froze. They're trying to pull it back, but the long side's like winning again. What the fuck? It does feel like fortune telling, but it's not. What's this magical chart you're looking at? It's It's like the weighting of XRT versus GME liquidity. But finding like significance in what it's doing is kind of hard. They're still pulling back. This is going to drop. I think it's going to drop kind of hard because it's starting to move really quick. Yeah, hard drop. Hard drop? Where is it? Stabilized again? Well, they turned the trend around, so the trend's no longer bullish. Are you seeing this in the fucking calls, turd, still? Or the puts? Were they pulling puts back? Is that what we saw? This indicator you found going to continue to be used on the stream. Maybe. If I can find some reliability in it. It's kind of cool. Okay, it's accelerating a little. But looks bullish. We still have more room to go up. Not a lot, though. So, like, another bounce back, and I think the liquidity is back to even. Or, yeah, like back to even. So we get like one more green candle before falling. Oh, maybe I'm not. Hold on. Stop trying to get Dad's attention when the stock's running on a Friday. He's looking at some wizard screen. It's not a wizard screen. It's just hold on. We might move up a little more here. I need both of these open simultaneously. Hold on. I have to cover up the chat with this other one. I need another monitor now. We've leveled out, but there's still like another dollar run left in this. Like another touch of 140. Nope, it's accelerating the other way. Do I need faster candles for this? It's not OPEX, it's just a end of day run. It looks like they're gonna like bleed out the last little tiny bit of like volume right here. And then they can bring us down again? That doesn't make sense. So XRT now super illiquid. Maybe we should take off the double weighting. Oh, that just gives me fucking fuck all. Oh no, that's dead. Yeah, that looks very dead. Oh, because that's the SPY. More upside? No. So it looks like, I guess we turned around. That's it. I don't think there's any more. The baseline looks even, at least. Okay. Sorry about that. I know I missed people talking. I'm trying to figure this out because I think it might be really useful. How good is closing above 140 for next week? Very good. I became a pigeon wheel and you didn't acknowledge when I asked you to. Then you said you're busy. I is now sad. My check bait is green and you didn't acknowledge for me for it. I might cry. I'm so sorry, Darth. Thank you so much for becoming a pigeon whale again, man. Riku. Good sir. Riku. 1 second. No, not BlackRock. Ooh, what's going on? Hmm. They can't use Upsilon? It still looks like the run's dead. Don't get too excited. All right. Pigeon whale songs.
$99 straight to Kirk's pocket. He's gotta be a shill cause he's taking all my money. Think he's got a gun to my head. Pigeon whales are the highest class of society.
Thank you again, Darth. Also, welcome back. Why is nobody talking about the notional value of some of these recent GME FTDs? We hit the 7th highest notional value on 531 at 102 million when comparing clear back to May 2004. Yeah, I know. Because the volume matters more than the notional value. Miss Ko-Fi. Sorry. Was it how good is closing above 140 for next week? I thought I answered that. Looks like BlackRock is calling Pi-Fi about their back office indicator. I gotta dig into that more. I've never tried to look at it like live in the trading day to see if there was anything worth checking out. It's turning around, by the way. It doesn't look as strong, but it is turning around a little bit. It's call put selling and call buying. So what I see is that in April they had to get additional help to control GME. They can no longer hedge it with XRT. They fashion a meme buzz ETF, start trading options in a few Vanguard funds. Those hedges are coming off, mostly Vanguard. Interesting. Hold on. It's like breaking down. So this big run up. And now it's starting to break down. It's really hard to tell what's going on when it's moving like flat though. I wonder if that's something I can fix. Acceleration again. But is this directionally relevant? There's a big volume dump, so we'll see what happens. Turd, how the fuck could ETF options be 1-to-1 weighted on GME? You know what it looks like? Like, what it looks like they're doing is it looks like they're like buy rights or something, but like the volume pressure occurs before the second contract is in. So it's like you see the contract come in, and then before the second contract comes in to complete it, you see like this pop of volume. And then the other contract comes in and it stabilizes. This is some high quality crunching. Sorry, I'm not like really paying attention. Oh, you're all about it. I think the hedge funds have finally realized that the only way to stop Gurk is the tried and true serious girlfriend. I don't do that. Let's put our foots on their throat and don't let up. It curved down again. But no acceleration, still stagnant. I just traded Jimmy calls for $1,800 profit. Thanks. Awesome, man. I did pretty good on those 0 DTs I just bought. I don't know how much I made. I wasn't really looking at them, but. Miss Ko-Fi late to stream? It's not like popping up for some reason on my end. Oh, maybe you sent it private? 1 second, let me check. Nope. That's not, it's Komodosh? Oh, late to stream. Mind a quick sum up. Are you waiting till next week to enter the majority of your OPEX positions? Yeah, I think so. I got some more 150s today, but I'm still really far out of the money. I decided to play along FFs. I bought a call, then sold. Bought a put, then sold. Made 30 bucks in 10 minutes. Here's my tithe, stock god. That was kind of cool. If I can find out an effective strategy on that. Fuck. Gherkin's stock sexual. Yeah. No, we're going down. It's pulling, like, they're pulling back harder now. I think we close. What were we at? I think we close at like 138.20 something. Or move down to 138.20 right now. I bought two for August 19. I bought two 2250s for August 19. Joke's on us, it's shorts on both sides of that battle. That's the way it looks. Short hedge fund circle jerk, right? They're exercising more again, I think. And now down hard. Harder. Really, really pushing now. Mute your thing. Illinois gaming. No, hard. Another drop. It's hard to tell if it's like the hard pushes are into resistance on the other side, or if like they're gonna matter volumetrically. Because I think it looks like they matter volumetrically, but it's hard to tell right now. Oh wait, you guys are looking at the same. I don't know why I'm drawing fucking arrows. Dude's gotta eat. It's true. I do have to eat. Borrow rate dropped pretty hard again. Now acceleration, but that doesn't make sense. So it's like but that's not weighted at 0, isn't it? There's like a liquidity dump, but I don't know which direction it goes in. We didn't fully bottom out. This really makes me wonder, like, how much of the bid-ask order book is just even. Market active funds pushing up. Yeah, but it looks like it's driving more illiquidity. Like, is this what internalizing looks like? Months ago, I was snarky talking about how I hadn't made any money watching the stream. Yesterday, I timed the top perfectly on calls. I made 6K today. So I sold more at 50% profit. So thanks. Awesome, dude. Congratulations. Oh, we're move? Hard move. Volume. Is it up? I don't know what that means. Yeah. You're watching boofing in the stonk matrix? That's really confusing. Turd, are you around? Vertical spreads. Dude, seek a star, thank you so much, man. 4 shares. Today's 4 shares are on me. Dude, thank you. I appreciate that, seek a star. That's super cool, dude. Where have you been? You change your name? I'm rewriting DD that no one will need. Think about this. Just 1 second. I'm going to throw this thought at you and tell me what you think. What if they internalize using XRT as the hedge? If I could drop my mic, I would right now. Slap it. Get out of here, pervert. No, I didn't miss the pigeon whale. I got the pigeon whale. And then there was Sika Star. Holy fuck, Dominic Joseph, you became a pigeon whale too, dude? Riku, sir. You can join Darth Dan in the glory. Let me get some pigeon whales up for you guys. There you go. Thanks, man. After 16 months, it was time to ascend. I don't drink, so I won't have any chugs, but I'm solid as fuck at lording it over the pores. Thanks for all you do, bro. Thank you so much, Dominic.
$99 straight to Kirk's pocket. He's gotta be a shill cause he's taking all my money. Think he's got a gun to my head. Pigeon whales are the highest class of society.
Turd, while you're writing the DD, you know what would really help? Get a marker and label everything that way. It's easier on the eyes and people understand it better. Or label nothing. And put lots of pictures. Put pictures pointing to other pictures. People really like that. You're easy on the eyes. The liquidity's coming back. Oh, it just turned around hard. Hold on, it's doing a thing. We're gonna get a drop into close, maybe? Maybe I should be looking at this on like a longer time frame for it to be more accurate. Can I do like 5 minute? Okay, so on the 5 minute, we're still way the fuck up. Well, relatively. I guess if we consider that the midpoint, then we still have room to the upside. I wonder how much of this is cleared at market close. Feels like we can move back. Okay, so if we hit that level, see, but that's a lower price. How does that make any sense? I gotta see what I can do with this. If I can, like... Well, it looks like when liquidity is like off into the close of the day, like they resolve a lot overnight. But maybe we just need a longer time frame for that to make sense. No. Maybe a best use case here. Like, directionally, it looks like we're moving up. If I take extended hours off, what did this lead to? That led to an increase in price. Okay, so we're gonna go up, I guess? Up a little more. Yeah, up a little more into close. And how much more? I don't know. How do I tell how much that was? Equivalent. Could be like 141, but I don't know. They're like pushing back against it. All right, that's enough of that. I got to figure out like a methodology for that. It's too hard to like try to figure out what it means, but it's nice to be able to try to use it in real time like that. I haven't tried that before. I just had it open when I looked at the chart and I got super curious. What does it mean when the TTM goes blue again? Blue? Like the TTM squeeze? That means that the Bollinger Bands have pulled back inside of the Keltner channel. Does it look like 2 stones and a hat? No. Well, quite provocative. What does any of this mean for next week? I don't know if it means a lot for next week. Like, I don't know if it means much on a longer term time scale. I mean, it does. Like, entropy decay over time is important, but, well, not decay, but fluctuations over time are really important. But they tend to be very, very long term signals, right? Versus like trying to use it as a gauge of illiquidity on faster time frames. Maybe this is how they're crushing IV. That's what it looks like. It looks like they're using calls, right? And then the hedging on that begins, and then they're using puts, right? Like a vertical spread. And then that kills it. But in the meantime, I think FTDs are settled. And then what we see in the liquidity is like this like fluctuation. And then when more of one side or the other starts to go through, we see a move. And then it'll like fluctuate. And then we'll see a move, another move. Oops. But the moves, like the acceleration between like this fluctuation period and the next one indicates volume, and that worked. And you get like a couple of these like in a row, and then we see volume print. So I don't know, it's and it's a delayed effect. I've got to figure out, yeah, I mean, I would have to figure out a lot of things in order to try to use that in real time and do a lot of back testing. I worry that the short time frame is too fast. Like it's too sensitive to the volatility on both assets. So a slightly slower time frame, but not so slow that it's like becomes a really long-term indicator. Maybe like 5 minutes or 10, maybe 10 minutes. It's not Boom Hunter. It's definitely not fucking Boom Hunter. I would never pay for that garbage. Like, I see the liquidity moving, right? But I'm not seeing any change on price. And then, like, the movement compresses in a range. Is it a Mo Money cheat code algorithm? No. And then when it breaks out of that range, that's where we start to see volume. So, like, right now, it's just walking back and forth between this really, really tight range. That's magic? Oh. I hope you're using a wired Ethernet connection. Yeah, I have commercial fiber. And a wired Ethernet connection. Of course. Like, is weird shit going on XRT then? Hold on. Maybe another breakout here. It looks like it's going to try to move down one more time into the end of the day. So we may see another pop of volume. Ethernet? Whatever. I don't care. Let's talk about GameStop. Well, GameStop waited to XRT. So is XRT just fucking moving right now? Hold on. So XRT got the volume. And now GameStop gets it? Create redeem? Where's my volume? See it. Here, 1551. So that was right here. And then they have to redeem, right? There's 2,500 shares, but they had no effect on price. So they're just... There'd be no way to find that. That was huge volume. I mean, not the highest today, but huge. Oh, it's trying. How do you get that indicator on WeBull? It's a custom script. SPX had a huge volume spike at the same time. XRT going crazy. Not a lot. I have some of my call position in place. See, GME got a volume spike 4 minutes later. Almost equivalent, right? What's this? 77,000. The GME is 44,000. The GME has like another 30,000 of volume right here. 40, 37, 33. 33, 40, 33. That's 70. Well, I mean, it's right about the popping back up part. How hard do we run? Maybe equivalent? I think we can push up an equivalent amount as the last run. So, what was the last one? 138 to 142. So we could push up to like 144, maybe? If it all comes in before market close. The liquidity differential is the same between the two. So like this potential run and this run are equivalent amounts of volume transfer. Jesus. I feel like I sound like an asshole. It shouldn't be 1-to-1. You're right, and it's not. It's more like 2-to-1. Because of our spread, right? Because we're like, because of our illiquidity, we're like a leveraged. So it's like trying to suppress a breakout on a leveraged ETF, kind of. It's really interesting. If you can find like a way to define exactly what's happening and find a time scale on which this information is super useful, that would be cool. So like right now there's a discrepancy in the liquidity between GME and XRT as they are weighted against each other. If it fills, we will move up about $4 roughly. Well, now $2. Critical margin theory is horseshit. Why is XRT moving up? Is this cycle going to continue? It's exciting, right? Did XRT move up? Yeah, XRT is moving super fucking hard. Well, for XRT, percentage-wise. Interesting. XRT's... Oh, okay. So now they're redeeming shares and that's selling off? It's really weird. The discrepancy could be boofed and resolved with active sell pressure, right? Yeah, so we see, like, sometimes we'll see it, like, accelerate, and then nothing happens to the price. Like, right now, it's just not moving. Even though the price of GME is moving, like, the indicator is just not showing anything. So that means that the liquidity will be coming from somewhere else, right? Ding ding over 140. Yeah, we closed it out. Could you go over strangles? Strategies that maintain exposure to potential squeeze while selling cover calls. I.e. buying an out-of-the-money call contract for every cover call you sell. Yeah, you can do that. That gives you upside protection in case, you know, your shares get assigned. For every 100 shares you sell, you know, you can buy an out-of-the-money call for less. You know, it limits the profits that you make off of your premiums, but one more time, Sika Star, thank you so much. Check SPX, huge volume, same time. Okay, that's interesting too. I wonder if I should wait against like a baseline, like wait GME against XRT and the index. But then the fluctuations would be weird. Apple saw volume also. See, Apple's a really good like baseline indicator because it's in every ETF, and in most of the ETFs it's in, it's the most heavily weighted stock. Secret quant meeting here on stream. No, not yet, but definitely need to have a meeting with some people because it's really interesting. Because if we can nail that, uh, it seems like a tall order, but it's interesting. Okay, so GameStop mostly flat throughout the day. Little bit of interest picking up into close. This could have been puts selling off. And maybe calls took their opportunity in the middle of the day to reposition. We'll know when we see the OI Monday morning. I'm not going to have any information over the weekend on the updated state of, well, not any reliable information over the weekend on the updated state of like delta neutral, gamma max. But closing today up bullish. Hopefully the market maker hedge will remain positive into Monday and they won't dump too much of it. If that's the case and we start to see the covering come in from XRT and these other ETFs, then it's very possible that, you know, we don't have that downside pressure working against us. Now, remember, if the market maker comes in Monday morning with, you know, a really negative hedge and a lot of calls were sold off or not exercised today, then we could see some pretty serious downside when they shed that hedge. So we'll keep an eye open for that Monday morning. In the meantime, I think things look good based on the way we closed, you know, possible puts closing out at the end of the day, but not a lot of downside volume could mean, and, you know, that tight control of price into close, I really like, as they tried to keep maybe those like 142s and 141s slightly out of the money into close. So I think we're looking a little more bullish. I'm feeling a little more bullish about it. I still don't have a lot of my OPEX position. I know hundreds of you are going to ask me. I'm still mostly in far out of the money calls. I have some 150s. I may buy more calls Monday after the market settles a little bit, unless we start ripping, and then I'll just chase. But I'm not. I know you're not, Gaff. Thanks for not asking me about my call position over the weekend. That was the most action I had since the last time I went behind a Wendy's dumpster. Thanks, Magnus. Are we getting a DD? Asking graciously and gratefully? Maybe. We'll see. Is neutral as bullish as he can get? Yeah, I mean, that's for most people experienced in the world of finance. neutral is about as bullish as they get. It's also about as bearish as they get. Thanks, guys. I hope all of you have a great weekend. For members, I will see you Saturday. I don't think I have much to discuss that I haven't discussed already with non-members, and since basically all of you are members at this point, it shouldn't be an issue anyway. The members only stream will be at 12:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time Sunday. I will see you all then, and for the rest of you, I will see you Monday morning. Thank you so much, and have a great night, guys.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial. So when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting,
I
sweating,
can be
and pacing,
green, I can be
grab
red,
some
I can be
Kenny's.
violent, upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent, upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like.
I don't know when a guy was supposed to work.
I can be violent,
But Daddy, tell me about your
I can be
kids.
hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like.
Taught you
I
how to
can
do
be
this
green,
stuff.
I can be red,
You all right?
violent, upside, I can be hurtful,
I learned it by
can be
watching
full,
you.
I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent, upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent, upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent, upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent, upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent, upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent, upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent, outside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent, outside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent, outside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent, outside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, violent, outside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent, outside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent, outside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent, outside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent, outside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent, outside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. Hydrate!
Hydrate!
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show!
Not an advisor. Frigulon.